Grand Park in the heart of Westfield, Indiana. We're going to play some football at 10 o'clock, but also we are going to make history. A pleasant morning, everybody. Alongside my broadcast partner, Kristen Hazley, I'm John Natale. And Kristen, it's new, it's exciting, it's a first. We're about to see some flag football on the girls' side for a state championship here at Westfield tonight.
Yeah, and I don't know about you, John, but I cannot wait as this game is already getting off to a fast, exciting start. This is just, you mentioned it, a moment in history for not only girls' high school sports, but definitely flag football as a whole. That
state championship going to be played at 6 p.m. here on the ISC Sports Network. Now let's get a good look at our two teams. First, Snyder Panthers, their second year in the program. They went 9-1 this year. Chris, they're not exactly going to blow you away on the offensive side of the field, but they keep you from any offensive threat, allowing only 6 points per game. Little pitch to the outside and some running room down the right side.
Yeah, and that is number 11, Aston Winchester, and she is one of those players to watch for Harrison. You see her speed around the outside there, and you mentioned it. You know, Snyder, very, very tough defensively. They're quick, they can cut down the angles, and they cover well, whether they're in zone or man.
They beat Northrop, north side, and south side to get to these sectionals. Going to drop back to pass. Fires to the outside. That ball is complete. That was Ava Green.
And they'll get the first down there. Now remember, and we're playing 7-on-7 flag football, so you have 4 downs to get across the half-field line, and then you have another 4 downs to try and score.
Good play there from Afton Winchester. Back to pass. Throws over the corner, and that ball is complete for a gain of about 5. That was Hannah Wright on the reception. 7-on-7. It's Elizabeth Douglas. She fires to the left side. Good anticipation there.
Yeah, that's excellent defense there by number 1, Miley Hirsch. She's the junior for Snyder and one of their team leaders. And you really just, that last play saw Snyder send one rusher forward. And again, you can rush if you start from the 7-yard line back. So you'll see them kind of group up 2 or 3, maybe send one, maybe send none, but just another wrinkle defensively here on 7v7 flag football.
Third down, 3 receiver set over the middle. That ball is complete. That was Hyland Newton, the junior, on the reception. And that'll be good enough for a Raiders first down. Just underway here at Grand Park. Mother Nature's going to be rolling in here nasty, so it's a good thing we're inside today.
Yeah, no doubt about the although you know what? Cross your fingers, knock on wood, because last year's Indy 11 women's home opener here
the lights
at
went
Grand
kaput.
Park was a absolutely just completely wiped out due to loss of power in this very same building.
Don't think we'll have that here today, but you never know. Don't like the weather in Indiana. Just wait 5 minutes. Turnover on downs, and that means the Panthers will take control.
And we just saw a little bit of a sneak peek at what the Snyder Panthers can do on defense. As
run to the outside with some room, gets 2.
And that's Hurst again, one of those quick. We saw her on the defensive end covering that out wide receiver. And you see what Snyder does is, you know, they might get the pass off. You might get a pass, but they're not going to let you get many yards after the catch, John.
About 3 yards from the half line, second down. There's the snap, and it's a handoff to Hurst again. Ooh, a little pitch and catch, reverse, and down the sideline. That's going to be a first down for Maya Jackson, just a sophomore. Interesting play there. I think we're going to see some new wrinkles. Here, I wonder if Shane Steichen might be peering out, see what he can bring to the field on Sunday. But watch this.
There you go. And the only time the quarterback can run is when there is sort of that lateral pitch there. If, as long as someone else touches the ball in the backfield, then that quarterback can go across the line of scrimmage.
First down for the Panthers. Motion. Ball is snapped, 3 receivers to the left side. Fires to the right. That ball is complete. And down the sideline, right at about the blue line. Chris and I are still trying to figure out the yardage markers here, but it's second down.
Yeah, and that's Amira Coomer with the catch there, and she is the preferred wide receiver for this Snyder team. Has the most catches on the season, and you see there why. She's just able to run a nice out route and find the opening.
That was Miley Hurst, got caught in the backfield. Now she switches directions, now to the outside. Can she get there? She does, and will she score? Give her 6. Congratulations, Snyder Panthers. You are the first to score in the girls' flag championships.
How about that run, John?
Quarterfinals match. Watch this.
I mean, 1, let's count him. 2, 3, 4, and gets in. I mean, you just see how agile she is, how quick and explosive. Looks like they're just going for 1 here.
Fires over the middle. Good defense there from Harrison to bat that ball away. That was Isabel Barris, a sophomore. Good play. And that'll keep the Panthers of Snyder with 6. But on the opening drive, Snyder moves down the field and puts first points on the board this morning.
Right, we're not going to see any field goal kicks, none of that. After a touchdown, you have the option to go for 1 from 5 yards or 2 from 10 yards out.
Pass to the left side. That ball is complete to Tenley Blankenship. Good chunky yardage on first down. Snap. Going for the long ball. And in and out of the hands. Good effort from Harper Schrage.
Yeah, it's good coverage there by Snyder in that 1 deep with the safety there. Amaya Kesseth just doing a nice job protecting, slides on over. They double team the receiver for Harrison, and no dice on that one.
They'll try it again. It's third down. Need to get to the half line for a first. To the left side, that ball overthrown. Looking for Tenley Blankenship, but a little heavy.
And you can already kind of see the differences in these two teams. You know, Harrison is more methodical. They're in these games. If it's a 1-score game, they're feisty. They're going to be in it. And Snyder is just explosive. You know, defensive end, they've got you covered. Offensive end, we saw what they can do as well.
There's a snap. Plenty of time. Everybody going long. And there's a long ball. Good spiral, and that ball is complete. But it's going to be short of the first to go marker.
Heck of a catch there by number 23, Highland Newton. She's a junior, and she just elevates right in between the coverage. A great snag there.
Here's a snap. 3 receivers set. It's a handoff. Their first run. Oh, and a toss to the outside. Cuts back into the middle. Spin move, still on her feet. That's a nice work from Afton Winchester.
And you mentioned it, the first kind of run play we've seen, it's just a nice, easy pitch there from Hannah Wright out to Winchester. She has a nice spin move there, able to dodge the flagpole just for another couple extra yards, but gets Harrison closer to that scoring position.
Here's a snap. Left side, flushed out of the pocket, that ball on the ground. Evie Baker having some trouble handling that.
It just slipped out of her hands, it looks like. And here on flag football, if there is any fumble, they just go ahead and blow the ball dead. So Harrison have a little loss of yards there, but still keep possession.
Olivia Torres enters for head coach Lauren Dalder, number 21. Just a sophomore as Torres. Everybody checks the bands. And it's third down. Snyder up early, 6-0. And the pitch to the outside. And good defensive play there from Ava Green. That'll That'll bring up 4th down. 24-minute halves. As we're approaching the 14-minute mark here in the first half. Snap is back. Here comes the blitz. A little pitch to the outside, but in and out of the hands. Afton Winchester was looking upfield, wanted to get going before the ball was in her hands. And it'll be a turnover on downs.
Yeah, nice job by Amia Kesseth there. Number 22 for Snyder. She just disguises that rush, delays it for a second, and then goes ahead and puts the pressure on Highland Newton. She can't get anything off except a quick little dump pass, and unsuccessful there. It'll be a turnover on downs.
So now the Panthers take over. 1st down. There's a snap back. On the QB keeper to the outside. You can see the speed. Now jukes to the middle, trying to get around. Still on her feet. Now she's going to cut across. Coming close to the goal line. Finally, the flag is taken by Nora Finnerty, but not before a big gain by Amaya Jackson.
Yeah, nice work there in the backfield. You just see the quick little reverse, fake handoff to both running backs, and then Amaya Jackson goes whoop, whoop, and she has got some speed on her wheels. Almost gets in there, but a nice flag pull by Harrison at the end.
As high school girls flag football continues to grow, the Colts are continuing to support the startup and development of new programs through financial grants and equipment donations. To get your school involved, visit colts.com/girlsflag. Snyder Panthers up 6-0, threatening here. Pass over the middle, but in and out of the hands of Miley Hurst. That'll bring up 2nd down.
Yeah, we traditionally see, Miley Hurst more in that running back role. There you see just kind of the short option for her, tries to get going, I think, before she watches it come on all the way in, and that'll be a tough one. But, again, in that position, there is the no-run zone as well they've got to worry about.
There's a snap. Here comes a blitz. Fires to the left side. Left alone. Touchdown. Zoe AK, I'm sorry. Which has perfect positioning. Look at her reach up and grab that. Good, strong fingertip grab from AK.
Well done by the freshman there. She sneaks away just a bit and almost looks like she mistimes it for a second and then makes the adjustment. Snags it. Great catch.
Looking for the 1-point conversion. Back of the end zone, and that's complete. That was Claire Roth on a successful attempt. And the Panthers have jumped out to a 13-0 lead.
Yeah, almost 10 minutes gone in this first half. We'll keep the running clock going until that 2-minute warning, which is when we'll have traditional start-stop on the clock. But, Harrison's really kind of got to get something going here offensively, whether it's a run game, maybe, a couple different concepts when it comes to receivers. But it could get, even worse if Snyder's able to hold them again on a turnover.
The Raiders trying to get something going, down 13. It's Highland Newton. And a quick grab. Minimal gain on 1st down.
And I think we're seeing right now why Snyder's opponents only are averaging 6 points per game. You just see how quick they are, just closing in on the receivers. The flag pulls, we haven't seen many misses yet. They're just on it defensively so far.
Here's Newton. Fires to the left side. That ball almost intercepted. So Mira Coomer, who came over to bat that ball away.
And again, she's one of the target wide receivers for Snyder when they're on offense. So no doubt that she was trying to find the snag on that one.
This is the first year of football for the Raiders of Harrison. Finished 8-4 this season. There's a snap. Plenty of time, surveying the field. And they're trying to get the long ball, and they can't. And that ball off the fingertips of Afton Winchester.
Yeah, and we look at quarterback there. Highland Newton gets stuck kind of in the pocket. No one's rushing, but she cannot find the open teammate. And again, credit Snyder's defensive. They are sticking like glue on some of these wide receivers for Harrison.
Interested in bringing mental health awareness to your school? The Indianapolis Colts and Kicking the Stigma are amplifying Indiana high school sporting events dedicated to mental health awareness through the Mental Health Awareness Starter Pack program. The program aims to provide schools across the state with support to enhance their efforts in hosting mental health awareness nights. Head to kickingthestigma.org/get-involved and learn more and submit your request today. John Natali, Kristen Hazley, our entire ISC Sports Network crew, just thrilled to be here on this history-bound day. We have a penalty on the flag, on the field. That's our first one of the morning, and it's going to go against Snyder.
False start there. You can see it. So they do have the center. The center can snap through the legs or the side snap, which is what we've been seeing both teams do so far. Just probably got a little movement there.
Coming up on the 8-minute mark in the first half. Misdirection play. That's Hurst, and a good stop there. Hurst was starting to get going, but Anna Mott came over to rip that flag away and be second down.
Nice job by Mott, the DB there, just again right on him. As soon as Miley Hurst comes running past that line of scrimmage, she is there with a nice flag pull. No doubt about it. Great defensive play from Harrison.
Maya Jackson, the sophomore, running the offense for the Panthers. There's a snap. Handoff straight up the middle. Makes a cut. And another good grab there.
Yeah, it's Mott again, and that time it's a diving flag pull. Well done, because after that, Miley Hurst was gone. You see her dodge one here, and look at this dive. What a great job on the flagpole. Good work by Mott.
Anna Mott with two good defensive plays back-to-back. Bring up third down for the Panthers. 4 receiver set, one in the backfield. There's a snap, handoff, and then a pitch back, and not getting much room. And once again, Anna Mott, she's playing multiplicity. She is all over this field right now.
She's holding them alone to just like 2 yards herself. But she is just doing a nice job of reading the play. I think, Harrison has done a good job of being patient, waiting to see what these runners do. And if, they do drop back to pass.
The turnover on downs, that'll give the ball back to the Raiders, still looking to execute on the offensive side of the football. That speed of the Panthers has been devastating so far. But the Raiders just 2 scores behind, coming up on 6 minutes left in the first half.
And you'd like to see them get some points on the board, especially before halftime. If you're a Harrison fan, go ahead and
fires over the middle, and that ball complete, and she's got some room in front of her. Real estate. One play, one score for the Raiders of Harrison. Gets them on the board, 13-6.
Well done there. Highland Newton able to find Tenley Blankenship down the middle of the field. It's a beautiful go route, and she just makes the snag, and look at the explosiveness after the catch.
She got behind Alexis Muhammad, and then it was just a foot race with a very fast Miley Hurst tracking her down. But Blankenship able to take it the distance, going for 2. Plenty of time. Lots of movement. Receivers trying to get open now in the back of the end zone, and complete.
Nice work there by Harrison. We said they'd be needed to get something before half, and they did. Marched right down, led by Newton. Good work, and they're able to get the touchdown and convert to the 2 points.
Under the 5-minute marker, the Raiders get on the board and cut the lead to 6. Good defensive stand on that last drive, led by Anna Mott, the junior. And then the big pass play to Blankenship. Now Snyder, see if they can answer. Two in the backfield. Drops back. Jackson, now she's got to take off. Good defensive effort there from Maya Soldati.
We haven't seen Harrison bring much pressure yet in the rushers, but that time they do rush Soldati, and she is able to get back to the quarterback before she can even get across the line of scrimmage.
Second down, just crossed the 4-minute mark in the first half. The Panthers up 13-7. There's a snap in the pocket. Here comes a blitz to the outside. And here comes the speed. Good juke move there, but a good grab from Nora Finnerty as Miley Hurst was trying to get going. And she's a target, Kristen. Every time she gets the football, good things can happen.
Oh, yeah, they love to find Hurst around the outside on the edge. You see there, they send 4 receivers deep, just clears out that backfield for Hurst to try and get around and turn the corner.
Third down. And going to fire over the middle. Has it, and there she goes. Some real estate. And a penalty. I think that's going to be a jersey grab. And if it's on Harrison. Oh, did she get in the end zone?
Looks like they called her short. Looks like we had a flagpole right at the, looks like about 3 to go.
And that ball is a note card away. Yep, it was the jersey pull. Oh, yeah, we're about first and an ant. That's about as close. The nose of the football is about as close as you can get, but they have to pass here. Play blown dead. There's a flag in the back left corner.
Offsides call.
Okay. I don't know how they move this football forward. Half the distance to the goal.
Just a nudge.
Let's hope our camera gets a good shot of where this football is.
But yeah, you're right, John. They cannot run in this situation. Within 7 yards of the end zone is the no-run zone, so they have to pass. And
another flag. False start against Snyder. As we approach the 2-minute warning. Started those play calls at 4 minutes and then 2 minutes of flags. And they're going to play through it. Over the middle, too heavy. Jackson was looking for Claire Roth. So, minute 58 left. That's our 2-minute warning. We're to come back to the first girls flag football champions presented by the Indianapolis Colts at Grand Park in Westfield. We'll come back 13-8.
What's up, everyone? It's Zaire Franklin, Global Flag Ambassador and linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts. Girls flag football is officially an emerging sport in Indiana, but we need your help getting it to the next level. To make girls flag a sanctioned sport, we need 100 schools participating. Want to get your school involved? Visit colts.com/girlsflag.
Give me 3! Why are you here?
Knowing that, the women's involvement and as well as flags involvement in the game that we love is going to continue to grow and grow.
Now there are 17 sanctioned states in high school girls flag, and then you add on that it's going to be an Olympic sport at the next Olympics, which is huge. I think it's a really exciting time to jump in and be at the forefront of this.
1, 2, 3.
Did you know that 1 of every 5 adults in the U.S. experience a mental health condition every year? It's important to know they are common and treatable. In the sports world, mental health conditions impact 10 players on your favorite NFL team, 5 players on your favorite Major League Baseball roster, and 1 player in every NBA starting lineup. Mental health affects all of us and is nothing to be ashamed of. It's important to understand. It's important to listen. It's important to talk about.
Colts Flag Football Leagues, presented by Peyton Manning Children's Hospital, offers an accessible and developmental opportunities for those wanting to learn the game of flag football. With over 20 locations across Indiana, visit Colts.com/flag and join a league near you. And that, what a great grab in the backfield by Maya Soldati.
Yeah, nice work by Soldati. She's the lone rusher. Again, catch Snyder off guard there, and quarterback Amaya Jackson has to scramble, and it's a great diving. You see it there. She has to lay out for it, and it's well done for the loss of yards.
Clock continues to run, minute 45 left in the first half. Snyder jumped out to a 13-0 lead, but the Raiders put 8 back up. And the gun now has to run to the left side, and she's going to go in untouched. Give the touchdown on the keeper scamper, Amaya Jackson. Little confusion on whether that was going to be a touchdown, but they give it to her.
Yeah, I'm wondering if maybe they thought it was in the no-run zone and maybe the sack took them back out of it. It is only 5 yards within the goal line.
They will go for 1. Try to make this a 20-8 ball game. Just under a minute 30. Here's Jackson. Here comes the blitz. And good anticipation there. Miley Hurst was kind of sitting in the pocket. And then she released. And Jackson found her early. 20-8.
Well done there. If they don't find Miley Hurst trying to go wide, she will run that nice little slant route because, she'll just hang back, let the wide receivers do, and then slide into that opening underneath. And that's what she does there, and they've been finding that combination all season, and it's still working for them.
Minute 22 left. And based on the last possession from Harrison, plenty of time to score. Fires over the middle and almost intercepted in and out of the hands.
Wow.
Amira Coomer had it in her mitts, but then right into the hands of Hadley Rowe.
Well done. Yeah, Coomer getting up, gets 2 hands on it, and it luckily falls right into the hands there of the Raiders.
Good concentration by Rowe. Minute left, fires to the left side and knocked out of the hands. Good defense there on that backside from the Panthers. That was Grace Smith who was able to get a hand on it and knock that ball away. So third down under a minute. Second down, excuse me.
Looks like they've got Miley Hurst playing the safety role.
Fires over the middle. Oh, she had good. If only Harper Schrage could turn and get the right way. That ball was thrown to the opposite shoulder. Schrage was going towards the middle, throw it to the outside. Unfortunately, incomplete, and that'll bring up third down.
Yeah, it almost looks like she wanted to run that post route, and the throw kind of actually worked out great for her because she had to turn to get away from the defenders, but just can't bring it in. But well done, a good look from Highland Newton.
Some discussion on the field from our referees. Want to thank them for coming out this morning. Kirsten, such a underappreciated job, and there's a shortage of them. But if this is something, this could be a sanctioned sport. Next year in the IHSAA, they need 100. I think going into this, they were at 79, which is phenomenal, considering just last year in 2024 only had 23 teams, and this year up to 79.
Yeah, and you mentioned it, trying to become that next accredited sport. It's considered an emerging sport right now by the IHSAA, meaning once they get to that 100 teams, they will go ahead and move it up to being sanctioned. But You mentioned it, the Road to 100. It's a Colts initiative supported by, Mr. Irsay and his legacy, and they are trying to help expand the sport across the entire state. So they are doing everything from buying uniforms to finding coaches, whatever they can do to help and get this sport sanctioned by the IHSAA.
Remarkable what the Colts did for those 79 teams. $10,000 each to offset costs of each team. $1 million pledged. Just shows that the Indianapolis Colts go beyond their 5-1 record, which everybody's excited about. But they also take it out in the community as well. It's been phenomenal what they've done for not just the largest growing sport in Indiana or the United States, but in the world is girls flag football.
Yeah, and obviously, the big news, we got it coming up in the Olympics in 2028. I think that'll be really fun to watch. But what better way to get into the sport, Come on out here, tune in, stream it, and just enjoy the entertainment. Because I tell you what, it is really fun to watch.
That's good football. A little less dangerous, but nonetheless, these girls don't play like it. They go full steam ahead. Now we're back underway. Newton. And over the middle, that ball complete. And that flag was grabbed over the middle by Niara Wilson. That'll move the change. Clock continues to run, and there's a penalty there. That'll stop the clock with 29 ticks left.
Offside.
Colts Friday Night Football Tour, sponsored by Hellas Construction, will celebrate Indiana high school football at games across the state each high school football season. Each tour stop, the Colts organization will bring interactive fan activities, including Colts inflatables, Friday Night Football Tour giveaways, games, and a chance to register to win Colts prizes and an appearance by Colts cheerleaders, beginning 90 minutes before kickoff. To request that Friday Night Football Tour, just visit your high school. Visit Colts.com/FNFT. Friday Night Football. Here's Newton. Fires deep to the left side, but just overthrows her intended receiver. Stops the clock with 14 seconds left.
Yeah, trying to find Tenley Blankenship again on another long one. That's how they got down the field so quickly last possession. And, she also had Harper Schrag on the right side in that slot that ended up beating her man open. So, encouraging signs for Harrison. They've just got to find them.
Harrison trying to capitalize on that long ball as they did in their first score. Kind of amazing, Kristen, is that Snyder, how dare they? They've already exceeded their season total in giving up points. They've given up 8, only 6 all year.
Yep. I mean, hey, we are.
Don't agree with me too enthusiastically, Hazley. Oh, my goodness. Yep.
Well, I mean, this is quarterfinals. We've got all 8 sectional winners here today, and we will crown our first state championship. So you mentioned it, growing to almost 100 teams, and these are the top 8 in the state. So I would expect that we're going to have some really good matchups throughout the day.
14 ticks left, second down for the Harrison Raiders, trying to answer back on the last touchdown by the Panthers. Now flip to the outside, some running room down the right side, and that flag grabbed by Amia Kezith, I'm sorry. The senior. Good leadership all around for this Panthers team. That moves the sticks, and the clock will run on the whistle. 7 seconds. This will be the last play of the half. And that play blown dead.
Yeah, go ahead and clock it. Stop the clock. Get the play you want and go for your last play of the half. Try and pull something up.
Exactly 10 yards from 6 points. This will be the last play of the half. Newton going to take her time. Looking for that open receiver. Lots of hands in the air. Over the middle and knocked away. Good play from Miley Hurst to bat that ball away. Would have been a touchdown, but the Panthers prevail on that defensive stop. And we'll call it a first half. We'll take a break. We'll come back with some first half highlights. You're watching the Girls Flag Championships at Grand Park Event Center. Snyder Panthers up 20-8 over the Harrison Raiders.
GSSI profile complete.
How much sweat are you willing to lose? Because when you do that, you can surpass the hype. You can inspire generation after generation. You can compete against anything. So how much are you willing to lose? That's how you know. Hey now, say now. How much you willing to win? Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now.
You guys know who 99 is for the Colts? Yeah! What's his name?
I want to be able to inspire our youths in the community, and just having those interactions with those kids, I mean, it could go a long way.
You want to tackle me? I might take all of you guys and try to take
Growing
me
up,
down.
we never had the opportunity to have a lot of professional athletes, still camps, and I just wanted to be able to pay it forward each and every year. And you consistently see some familiar faces from over the past 5 years that we've done this, and obviously having a bunch of my teammates come out and support and create those interactions for them as well. I mean, it's been amazing, and giving back to community is, that's what Mr. Ursay is that, One thing that I really did love, flag football. I mean, that game continues to grow. But that's actually initially how I started playing football. And going into the 2028 Olympics, flag football is going to be one of the sports competing for a gold medal. So just seeing that part of the game grow, and it's amazing. It's amazing for football and, obviously for the kids that love playing football.
1, 2, 3, go!
Back at Grand Park in Westfield, the Girls Flag Championships. And in this game, Kristen Hazley and myself, John Natali, sees the Snyder Panthers up 20-8 against the Harrison Raiders. Pleasure to have you with us this morning. Over on the other field is Greg Rakestraw and Jan Bozier as Penn is beating Terre Haute South 12-7. 12-point advantage for the Snyder Panthers. And Kristen, Snyder playing it to key, averaging 22 points a game. They've overplayed themselves, getting 20 points in that first half. Only giving up 6. Raiders got 8. They got a big pass completion. That was Tenley Blankenship. 1 play, 1 touchdown. But regardless of everything that you've seen, we've seen some highlights, we've seen some great defensive plays. What is the most exciting thing about this event in general? Not just this game, not just the one behind us, the semifinals coming up, the championship. What is the whole meaning behind this?
I think it's got to be, to me, it's so special to be here on the inaugural one. This is a sport that potentially my nieces and nephews are going to grow up playing. It's something that not only expands sport across the state, but women's sports as well. And, I don't want to get too scientific, but the longer we can keep women in sports, the better people we're developing. That's just my personal opinion. But to have these kinds of teams expanded, we didn't have anything like this when I was back in high school, and it's very fun to watch. You see different talent showcased in this game, and I think that's what's most fun about the entire thing, is just showcasing these amazing young players.
To me, the key word is opportunity. We see every Friday night, especially here on the ISC Sports Network, we see lots of student athletes suit them up, pads from head to toe, helmets, playing 100 yards from coast to coast. And there have been instances, I dealt with it last week. I saw it. I saw a female place kicker. Fantastic. And she was 2 for 2. Yeah. So they show that they can play, but this gives the opportunity to every student athlete. Football is a very aggressive sport. Lots of injuries happen. We see with head concussions and all these different types of things. This environment allows every student athlete on the female side to, as you said, an opportunity where it's growing now, just a few years into the sport in general, possibly next year it becomes that sanctioned sport here in the IHSAA, which I think a lot of us are positive that's going to happen. And then next year, we just have more football to see during the week in the fall season.
And it's going to keep growing. I mean, you talk about the opportunity. There are college scholarships. There are NAIA just made it, I believe, a sanctioned sport for all NAIA schools. So, it's more than just having fun anymore. Yeah, it's fun to play for your school, and I loved playing with my friends and some of my best memories. But on top of it, now you're opening up an opportunity for some girls to potentially get recruited and, move forward and just really expand upon not only their talents but their education. Again, it's just the opportunity that this sport presents is really invaluable.
Let's see what head coach Lauren Dalder of the Raiders said to her troop at halftime. Find themselves down 12. And what Reggie Tharp said. Are they going to get back into that defensive mindset, or are they going to keep the foot on the pedal and see if they can't double their score, get a few more touchdowns, on pace for 40? And they'll start with the football here in the second half. 24-minute halves. And then we go to regulation rules at the 2-minute warning. And this clock does move fast, so hang tight. Flea flicker. And good play there on the backside from Nora Finnerty to stop Amaya Jackson before she could get going. Yeah. Minimal game, second down.
I like that play, that flea flicker. Anything where you're combining Amaya Jackson and Miley Hurst, you've got two dual threats right there. Snyder does a nice job, though, of eliminating it and just getting the flagpole very quick.
They're just now underway in the game behind us, Penn and Terre Haute South. Little pitch over the middle, that's Hurst, and she's got some room, puts on the brakes. She can stop on a dime, but good defensive play from Alyssa Kelly.
And the thing about hers, not only is it the speed, she's so agile. She can stop, she can change directions. You'll see here, she just dodges that pole, gets her on the other end. But, we saw the spin moves, all of those different things. She's just tough to track down.
Key thing to note is on both sides of the football, Snyder, the smaller roster, now Hurst in some trouble. She got caught up with Jackson in the backfield, trying to get to the outside. She does, still on her feet. But coming across was number 28 on Harrison, and I wish we had a 28 on the roster, but we do not. Or actually, we do. Kaya Greer. See, I don't have one on mine.
You're right. Here you go.
I got the outdated version.
And again, they just, they go with that Hurst and a Maya Jackson combo in the backfield. You've got to prepare for a deep throw as well as Miley Hurst coming around the edge.
Here's Jackson, fires over the middle, has a receiver. That ball is caught, and a penalty flag thrown. That could be a pull on the jersey. It was Amira Coomer. And well, that'll go against the Raiders.
Great focus here by Coomer, though. Secures the ball and keeps it, even through the contact and the flagpole.
Kennedy Blankenship, one of only two seniors on this Raiders team. That was the point I was getting to, Kristen, is that a much larger roster, only the two seniors on Harrison, but with all those sophomores and juniors, lots to look forward to for head coach Lauren Dalder.
Yeah, absolutely. A young team, you mentioned it. They are, a first-year team in here. First year in existence, and it's really grown up in that West Lafayette area as well. We saw Lafayette Jeff have a team, as well as McCutcheon. It's been really fun up there for this sport to develop.
There's Jackson. Now she's under pressure, has to take off. Tries a spin move, but someone who was not deferred from that was Afton Winchester. She's doing a little everything, number 11.
Yeah, Nora Finnerty that time is the one that puts the pressure on Jackson. You see her rush through. She almost gets her way back in the backfield, but well done by Winchester to clean it up.
Third down. And we'll call it about 8. for the Panthers. Jackson with Hurst next to her. Here's some pressure, little floater over the middle. It's caught. It was bobbled by Amira Coomer. She hangs on to it for a minimal gain. As we approach the 20-minute mark, Panthers on the move. It'll be 4th down. Call 4th and goal from the 5. And they have to pass here.
Yep, Coomer's probably one of the targets. Obviously, they're going trips to the right.
On the blitz, Jackson trying to get to the outside. She does not. Once again, Anna Mott. 22 becoming a household name here.
You love the effort by Anna Mott. Just look at that. She stays focused, keeps her body in control, goes right for the flag, doesn't fall for some of the upper body juking that we've seen other defensive players do. Well done by Mott.
Now Harrison trying to put something together to close this gap. 12 points as we approach the 19-minute mark. New quarterback in, that's Newton, who's out. And now a redirection, trying to get to the outside, and that's a tough ass to try to get past Miley Hurst. Even with the speed of Afton Winchester, it was Hurst in the backfield.
Yeah, and the hold didn't ever really materialize there for Winchester. She tries to switch it and go back the other way, but you mentioned it, John. Good luck getting by Miley Hurst. She is fast and she is focused when she is on defense.
She's got great lateral movement, does Hurst, shuffling her feet.
And in general, the Snyder coverage has been really good. We typically just see them in this one deep safety, but the DBs and the linebackers have just been so focused, not getting crisscrossed.
Here's Baker. Has to get rid of it, fires over the middle, and that ball intercepted. Give the grab to Amira Coomer. And that's going to set up the Panthers with great field position.
Yeah, she almost had one in the first half, so we see her now jumping in. It's a great job, just gets in front of Hadley Rowe there to make the interception, and you said it, they're in great position now, trying to add to their lead.
Penn has put another touchdown on the board, now leading Terre Haute South 18-7. Here's Hurst, redirects her way, and great ground. I don't even have to say it anymore. The double deuce.
Yes, and it really has been Miley Hurst versus Anna Mott in the backfield, as well as any kind of run. We've seen a couple reverses, couple flea flickers, and again, the change of direction is just so good by Hurst, but another diving tackle.
Here's Jackson. Here comes the blitz, fires to the left corner of the end zone, incomplete. Was looking for Zoe AK.
And AK, one of the tallest players on the field, but actually only a freshman for Snyder. So they'll look forward to having her for a few more years on this squad.
4 freshmen on the team for head coach Reggie Tharp and the Snyder Panthers. Here's Jackson. He's going to pass again. Some pressure, and that ball intercepted. And a pretty decent return. But Ryan Darling able to use that height advantage. Snagged that one out of the air, just a sophomore. And a turnover on the answer from the turnover from the Raiders.
Yeah, well done by Darling. And again, it's the pressure and rush by Finnerty. Puts the pressure on Jackson. And then Ryan Darling is doing a great job of stepping into that passing lane and gets a few yards on the return as well.
As we will hit the 16-minute mark. Newton back at quarterback. Double reverse. Now to the near side. Has a blocker out there and just tries to muscle her way forward. Probably not the best idea. Jackson came over to get the flag, but a big hit. And Harper Schrage went down pretty hard.
Man, you hate to see that. She made a nice run, a good reverse there, and had the room. Just unfortunately going for the flagpole there, made some contact.
Score is 20-8. Snyder jumped out to a 13-0 lead. Harrison scored on a big pass completion, distance of the field on their first play after the touchdown, or after Snyder's second touchdown. And then Snyder has answered here as they still 10 to Schrage on this out the 45-yard line. Just a difficult play, is almost as if she was falling, and she gets up on her own power. That's a great thing to see. And you'll see it here, just a full head of steam, and then right there off the turf.
Yeah, and even though, there is about 2 inches of rubber padding and beading on this AstroTurf, it's concrete at some point underneath there, and banging those heads hurt.
It's Hannah Wright. Now the pitch, and a little chicanery from Hannah Wright. Flipped it to Afton Winchester. And Ava Green able to stop that for the Panthers from getting any more, but that's a good chunky yardage.
Absolutely.
Crosses the midline.
We were talking, pregame, there is an amazing crowd on hand for this game, especially Harrison fans. You feel like if they can get a score on this run, they're right back in it.
Good play in the backfield from Jackson. Lucy Gibbs, her first touch. Just a sophomore, number 6. And the Raiders trying to answer the bell on second down. Here's Newton. Oh, has a receiver, and wow. Hurst was thinking about 6 on that one.
It's good patience there by the Raiders. She finds who she wants out there, Hannah Wright, in the out route, but just a little late on the pass, and Miley Hurst read her the whole way. Almost picked that up, and she could have been gone for 6.
So Newton in the gun, looking for some help. Wanted to fire to the far side, but just a little bit too long. Out there was Evie Baker, and that ball incomplete. Tried to come short over the middle for Tenley Blankenship, who scored that long touchdown. And that'll bring up 4th down.
Yeah, unfortunately, Newton not able to get through those reads quick enough. You mentioned she had Baker out there. A couple other receivers that might have been open for a flash, but again, just not enough quickness there from the Harrison Raiders.
Here's Newton. Receivers running all over the field, trying to find somebody. Still can't. And now fires deep to the outside, and that ball is complete. Hurst made the game-saving, or I should say the touchdown-saving play, but not before a huge completion to Hadley Rowe.
Yeah,
and it just looked like when the Raiders were down and out, Newton to Rowe. Newton. Chris, and this is where the end zone gets a lot shorter and smaller.
We just saw her patience on the last play and how it paid off. Yep, there's going to be a flag there. Went for more of the tackle than the flag, I think, on that one.
It's not Sunday yet.
It's a good completion. Well done to hang on to that. I don't think there's some NFL wide receivers that could hang on to that through that contact.
Great grab. Kudos to our graphics guy in the truck. Look a little bit like Josh Downs. Did I get that right?
It works.
to talk about the Colts because I get sick when I talk about my hometown Cleveland Browns. How about Joe Flacco lighting them up on former Indianapolis Colt legend Joe Flacco.
Bengals legend now.
Oh, look at that play. How do you do?
I love that. Olivia Torres goes for the direct hike, and they just pass right back to her into the end zone.
Oh, it is NBA preseason. Got a nice chest pass there.
And plus the post up.
Yeah. Wow. That was fun. Now here's Newton going for 2. Needs to find help. Receivers running around that shortened end zone. And now fires back of the end zone and incomplete. But the touchdown still makes it now a 1-score game. And there is a penalty on the play.
Yeah, they come out of the bunch play. Oh, holding on Snyder. They're going to get another shot at it. And you got to imagine there's holding somewhere back there. I mean, it's a hodgepodge. You're trying to stay with your man. Wide receivers are cutting everywhere.
So now they're going to go for 1. Was looking towards the outside. This is Baker. Now, just out of the hands and the reach of her fellow quarterback, Highland Newton.
And she does a nice job of getting rid of her defender there. She made a nice little option run out of the line of scrimmage and cut open, had some opening in the middle. The pass was just a little bit too far. Couldn't secure it for the extra points. Yeah, there you see the little pick. Gets her open. Yeah, just a bit far to her right. But again, positive things for Harrison.
Coming up on the 9-minute mark. 20-14. Harrison has cut this to a 1-score advantage. The double reverse. Coming to our side is Hurst. Still breaking grabs. It was Nora Finnerty was able to stop Hurst, but a good chunk of yards on first down.
Man, you see it's Anna Ma almost getting her again, and then Ryan Darling right there, and finally Nora Finnerty able to grab that flag. And, we just go back to the change of direction, laterally, forward, change of speed that makes Miley Hurst so difficult to bring down.
Here's Jackson, the handoff to Hurst. And now the pitch back to Jackson. And because that's a fumble, the play is blown dead.
See a lot of that concept there from Snyder. A lot of the double 2 in the backfield, and they'll do a quick handoff because once it touches someone else, the quarterback can run forward with it. So you see them kind of do that to free up some options. And that time, looked like Harrison had it covered pretty well.
8-minute mark. Here's Jackson, flushed out of the pocket. He's got to take off and wasn't going to get very far. Actually, a double flag grab.
I don't think that's a thing, but I think we should make it a thing.
Yeah, I mean, maybe you do that, like a 2 yards go backwards.
Yeah.
Watch this. Bang, bang.
Yeah, Isabel Breeze and Maya Soldati doing a nice job in the backfield. They've really just stymied this Snyder offense in the second half.
They have. Jackson and Hurst in the backfield. 4 receiver set. Here's Jackson. Fires over the middle. And that ball is complete. Claire Roth. It was Kennedy Blankenship grabbing the flag.
Yeah, we saw Claire Roth earlier on the touchdown, and she is just a nice, solid body. You see her just pull that right post. Great toss, and she's just right in there for that sweet spot, able to refresh the downs.
That's a great play. Roth using her height advantage. Here's Jackson. Some pressure. Fires it to Hurst. Makes a move. There's dimes all over the field because she is stopping on them. Oh, there's a penalty. This one could hurt False start on Snyder. After the big chunk gain from Miley Hurst, going to bring this one back.
Yeah, that's a tough call for Snyder. You just kind of got Miley Hurst going there. And she is one that if you can dump it off to her, she can make up 10 or 15 yards just with her speed and ability to dodge the flagpoles.
Coach Reggie Tharp with the bold choice wearing the Pittsburgh Pirates cap.
Kind of looks like Mike Tomlin, doesn't he?
He does. I had to do a double take. I thought Mike played on Thursday. Here's Hurst trying to get to the outside, but look who it is. And Amat.
She has just been all over it. Watch her stay low to the ground. It allows her to shuffle more, keeps her body weight centered so she can adjust to those moves that Miley Hurst is doing. And I think that's why she's having so much success. You know, she's patient. She waits for the right time instead of throwing herself out there.
Jackson fires over the middle. That ball's going to be long. Intended for Amira Coomer. Clock continues to run, coming up on 5 minutes.
And Coomer will be, you know, that one they're trying to find in these moments. She's got, looks like 8 touchdowns on the season. She's got that connection with Maya Jackson. And then obviously you've got Hurst.
Huge play here for the Panthers. Over the middle, it's Roth again. Flag is grabbed by Kennedy Blankenship. And Coach Lauren Dahl are going to call a timeout.
Big play for Harrison there. The go-ahead, the coverage is good. It's like Claire Roth again on that. They just find her in the middle, but Harrison doing a nice job of just containing her, not letting her get the yards to gain. Pulling timeout, and now you've got the ball in great position. Yep, I think we're coming back out to 4th down, but if you do get the turnover, you've got it in great position.
That clock moves fast. 24-minute halves, 2 of them. It was 13-8. And then it was Snyder who scored first in this half. Harrison answered, and now find themselves down 6 with just under 5 to go. Great opening game.
Yeah, it's been really entertaining, and you can kind of see, you know, with how quick the clock goes, how much scoring there might be or may not be. Those PAT choices make all the difference, whether you're going for 1 or 2. It could come down to deciding the game.
Here's Harrison on a double reverse. Some room to the outside. Another flip, and that ball's going to hit the turf. Good idea from Schrage, and Winchester just couldn't complete it. That was going to go for a lot more.
Yeah, Schrage does a nice job of getting around. Gets her on the outside. Great speed. And you said it, you know, tries to just lay it off for Winchester.
Straight handoff. And now the pitch to the outside. Got some room down the right. Cuts back into the middle. Oh, wow. Wow. Houdini somehow ended up on the field. It looked like she was going to get a lot of yards on that. But Winchester, I believe she stepped out of bounds. Okay.
Yeah, it's a great little pitch there by Hannah Wright.
There it was.
Yeah, see her right foot there, which is a shame because she dodges the flagpole there, but potentially Miley Hurst saw her step out. Still, though, another great play.
2nd down, 3:30 left on the clock. Here's Newton. Winchester, that ball just too hard. And Kristen, on that one, you want to pitch it back. She kind of flew it forward, trying to see if she could hit Hannah Wright on the run.
Yeah, I mean, I think if Winchester keeps that, she gets the 1st down. That's, you know, really at this point what you're looking for. Keep this drive alive. It's the 2nd time on that pitch. Just a little out of sync.
Coming up on 3 minutes. Just a short pass, but in and out of the hands of Tenley Blankenship. And now it's 4th down.
Yeah, she had Blankenship open. Just a nice, simple post route. can't bring it in. She was going to have the line to gain there, it looked like as well, but now they were going to have to convert here.
This could decide the game right here. Here's Newton. Fires over the middle, that ball complete. And is able to get a few more yards, but not before Hadley Rowe. She made a couple of big plays so far this morning and makes a big one there.
Yeah, and what a throw by Newton. Able to thread the needle there, finds Rowe. She almost gets free to the end zone, but most importantly, they get a refresh on the downs.
Coming up on the 2-minute warning. Will they get a playoff? They do. Handoff to the right side. The pitch. Good play there on the backside defensively from Mira Coomer as Afton Winchester was about to get going. We've come up to the 2-minute warning. Harrison on the move, down 6 points, 20-14 to the Snyder Panthers. You're watching it on the ISC Sports Network.
He's got one man to beat. He may go 10-5, touchdown. What we say? This out. Rainbow down the right side lane. Underneath that is Alec Pierce. Touchdown. That pass is intercepted by Kenny Moore. Josh Downs, touchdown, I-N-D-Y.
Caitlin, I'm here to show you all the best places in Indy, like the Peyton Manning Children's Hospital ER.
Great place to go for a fever, am I right?
Or a common cold. Get it? Like a common cold? Tough crowd.
Can I have an autograph?
Of course.
Caitlin, it kind of seems like you already know your way around.
A little, but my name's not on the hospital yet.
Peyton Manning Children's Hospital, a new and expanded ER to serve more of Indiana's kids.
Cold, like cold. That's the joke, right?
1:59 left on the clock at Grand Park for the inaugural Girls Flag Championships, our quarterfinal round between the Harrison Raiders. Find themselves down 6 to the Snyder Panthers, but on the move. Newton, quick pass. That ball is complete to Schrage. And a flag grab.
Yeah, a little different tempo from Harrison that time. They go with the quick pass. Able to find her, and she hangs on to it through traffic. A nice job there.
First down for the Raiders, minute 40. Handoff. And there's the pitch. And I think that flag was grabbed. It was. What a play.
That is great stuff because they almost get that perfect play off. If they toss it and she gets there, she is home free, but well done. Amira Coomer again.
Brings up second down. Now the handoff to the right side. They're going to try it again. And there's the flip. And that ball was pitched forward. So that'll stop the momentum temporarily. You love a good crowd, Mike. The ambience.
Ooh, going a little stack formation here.
Third down. Here's Newton. Here's the blitz. That ball complete, fighting for extra yardage. No flag there. Coming up on 30 seconds.
Man, it's getting down to it. Another quick throw. Well done to hang on to it there by Winchester, though. That was through traffic and some contact.
Timeout called. Well, partner, we've got fourth down. Harrison down 6. They're on the 5-yard line of Snyder. The Colts Sunday night 7-on-7 series presented by Forte Sports Medicine and Orthopedics and brought to you in part by Gatorade and the Players Action Fund will be returning for 2026. High school tackle and flag football athletes will be able to continue fine-tuning their skills during the offseason. Check out Colts.com/SN7ON7 to learn more about the program. That's Colts.com/SN7on7. 32 seconds left. What did Lauren Dalder dial up on the offensive side and Coach Reggie Tharp on the defensive side? Deciding play of this football game.
2 wideouts and then 2 options in the backfield.
Well, partner, if you're going to do it in dramatic fashion, right?
Absolutely.
There we go. Final play. Newton in the back of the end zone and left it short. She knew it as she released it.
Oh, that is just so tough for Highland Newton because she has her. Olivia Torres does a nice job of just losing her man, and as soon as Newton threw it, she knew it was a little bit soft. She'll want that one back for sure.
Torres wide open on that slant pattern coming across the middle, and Newton left it short. The clock continues to run, coming up on 20 seconds.
Yeah, it's not, you would think just run it out here with hers.
And she does, gets to the outside. And a flag grab. Taya Greer, the sophomore. And 14 seconds. Clock will start on the whistle. And we approach the 10-second mark. Looks like the Snyder Panthers are going to advance between the winner of Penn and Terre Haute South. Takes the knee.
What a great game.
And that'll do it. Well, Harrison got about as close as you can get, put on a great effort, but the Snyder Panthers will move on to the semifinals today at 4 p.m. against the winner of Penn and Terre Haute South. Well, partner, there's a first time for everything. There's a first time for us. Your thoughts on the overall game?
What a game. I mean, right? We saw Snyder's offensive and defensive firepower, and we saw a great, gritty performance from the Harrison Raiders to claw their way back into that game. They stepped up their defense. They started making plays on offense. And like you said, I mean, what's more exciting, coming down to the last play at the goal line?
Great stuff. I want to remind you that the IHSAA and the Indianapolis Colts have teamed up to highlight the top high school officiating crews in Indiana this season. Congratulations to Mark Hopper's crew for being named the September Crew of the Month for Indiana. To learn more about IHSAA officiating, visit ihsaa.org/become-official. Also, the Colts Youth and High School Football Grants is an opportunity for all flag and tackle programs throughout Indiana. Teams and programs can request up to $2,500 for equipment upgrades, facility updates, and other administrative costs. Applications will open in March, so tune in to Colts.com/football grants and learn more. On behalf of my broadcast partner, Kristen Hazley, and our entire ISC Sports Network crew, I want to thank you for joining us for Game 1. We'll be back in about 15 minutes as the Munster Mustangs will take on the Lawrence North Wildcats. We'll have it here on ISC. Your final from Game 1. The Snyder Panthers will move on against the Harrison Raiders 20-14. See you in a bit.
Before the game, stop by American Family Insurance Touchdown Town, a free pregame and entertainment area for fans of all ages. Located on the north end of Lucas Oil Stadium along South Street, American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
Game 2 of our doubleheader at Grand Park in Westfield, Indiana for the Girls Flag Championships presented by the Indianapolis Colts and Gatorade. It's the Munster Mustangs and the Lawrence North Wildcats. Game 2, looking for a shot to play the winner of New Prairie and Warren Central. A pleasant morning, everyone. Alongside my broadcast partner and good friend, Kristen Hazley, I'm John Natali on behalf of our entire ISC Sports Network crew. We couldn't have asked for a better game in Game 1. Came down to the final play, actually, for the Harrison Raiders, just short on a touchdown grab, and they dropped their first game 20-14 against the Snyder Panthers, who will go on to play Penn in the semifinals. But we still got one more game, Kristen, and we've got ourselves a good one, the Munster Mustangs and the Lawrence North Wildcats.
Yeah, if it's half as exciting as our first game, John, I think we'll be in for a good one, and I completely expect it to be. These are two powerhouse teams, as is everyone here, but Lawrence North really coming off a nice hot streak, and it's going to be fun to see these two teams match up.
As high school girls flag football continues to grow, the Colts are continuing to support the startup and development of new programs through financial grants and equipment donations. To get your school involved, visit colts.com/girlsflag. The Munster Mustangs come in here, led by head coach Zach Schlosser in their first year, 9-1-1 on the season. They have had 3 shutouts. And just like last game, Kristen, is that they don't really do a lot on offense, averaging 26 points, but defense always reigns supreme, and they only give up 9 points per game, and they defeated 21st Century and Hammond Morton in their sectionals. So what are we looking for from Munster?
Yeah, I mean, you mentioned it. Defensively, they are sharp. Igbo Odelega, the senior, has 46 team polls so far on the season, and she's really kind of plays that safety spot a bit. She's going to cut those angles and track down any wide receivers. And then you look at also the linebacker, Elena DeVelos, 34 polls and a few interceptions for TDs. So she does great at reading the QB's eyes and closes those windows fast. So it's going to be a fun matchup.
The Colts football development team helps recognize, educate, and develop the youth and high school football environment throughout of all Indiana. To learn more about football development opportunities and events, visit colts.com/football development. The Lawrence North Wildcats now in their second year. Head coach Donnie Mims, Indiana's first ever flag coach of the week winner in 2024, coming to this one a 9-1 season record. And boy, did they take care of business in sectionals, beating North Central, Shortridge, and Ritter by a measly combined score of 110-13. So Wildcats do a little bit on both ends. Munster Mustangs ready to take care of business in the red uniforms. We'll take a quick break. We'll come back with the first half of football on the ISC Sports Network.
What's up, everyone? It's Zaire Franklin, Global Flag Ambassador and linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts. Girls flag football is officially an emerging sport in Indiana, but we need your help getting it to the next level. To make girls flag a sanctioned sport, we need 100 schools participating. Want to get your school involved? Visit colts.com/girlsflag.
Back at Grand Park, and there is head coach of the Lawrence North Wildcats. That's Donnie Mims. He's been around a long time, but he does an excellent job in whatever he does. Big staple in the Lawrence North hallways and their campus.
That's been another cool thing about, this sport coming to prominence is the crossover between kind of traditional football and you see this girls flag football team. We've had a few coaches actually come out of retirement because they want to coach this girls 7-on-7 flag football team after coaching high school boys for, their entire careers.
Another impressive thing, partner, is the roster size. It's really not 10, 11. We're getting 3, 4 subs off the – you've got basically 22 players that can go on both sides of the ball, and it's so encouraging to see as the Colts strive for that 100, in which they have 79 right now, offering that $10,000 incentive to all the teams that join to offset equipment costs and facility costs and all that kind of good stuff. So the Indianapolis Colts have done wonderful this season at 5-1 and just continue to shine within the community.
Absolutely. It's something great to bring, not only to Grand Park, home of just about every sport you can think of, add flag football in there, But in the state, I mean, we are kind of a football-hungry state if you think about it. Yeah, we've got some good college programs now that IU's turned the corner a little bit.
They're doing pretty well.
But, it brings it localized. It's something different than just Friday Night Lights. And, as it expands, I would expect we'll have JV teams, we'll have varsity teams, potentially even freshman teams as it continues to grow and more girls decide to play.
Another really cool thing to see is the fan base of all these schools, some coming a lot further than others, but still showing up in force. And that's great to see. 24 minutes is on the clock. And we are set to get underway at Grand Park. Quarterfinal match number 2. Mustangs start with the football, handoff straight up the middle. And good grab there from Paris Page, a senior, for head coach Donnie Mims.
Yeah, right away, setting the tone. She's one of their captains as well, and she does a great job of just reading the eyes, and what a snack there. Just comes in from the backside.
Bella Jarrett on the carry. Brings up second down for the Mustangs. Some pressure. Ball to the outside and in and out of the hands. What a spin on that football.
A great throw there for Munster. Alessandra Tovar gets free, and it's just right out over the extended Lawrence North defender. She just cannot bring it in. But a great pass, and you saw the 2 pressure there by Lawrence North. Well done to get it out.
It's Amelia Ramirez spun that ball. There's a snap. Handoff to the far side. Tries to go straight up the middle. And there's going to be a jersey grab. Flag came out. Flag was grabbed by Rain Marks. But it's going to go against Lawrence North.
Yeah, and if you just watch the tackle there, yeah. She tries to get her on the flag. Gets more of the body at first. Bit of a wraparound tackle.
Just underway, game 2 of our doubleheader here. And it sounds like game 2 on the other side of the campus here, New Prairie and Warren Central. Ramirez fires over the middle. Too long, though, for Miranda Younger.
And Lawrence North, interestingly, every play has sent a rusher so far. It seems like they're going to keep the pressure on Jarrett and see what she can do. I'm sorry, on Ramirez, and see if she can handle that pressure and get the ball out quick.
Ramirez and Jarrett in the backfield. Ramirez going to throw. Fires down to the outside. Has a wide open receiver. That was Jaslyn Sanchez on a big completion. And it's going to be first down for the Mustangs.
Yeah, and it's a great read here. She just sits, waits for the play to develop. She finds Sanchez out there, and she does a great job of beating her beating her defender long. Good focus to bring it in, complete the catch, and move that team forward.
Mustangs on the move, coming up on the 21-minute mark in the first half. Ramirez, plenty of time. Here comes the blitz. Fires to the outside and off the fingertips of Miranda Younger.
And Miranda Younger, one of the preferred perimeter targets on those out and slant routes, just because of her speed. For the most part, she's got 350 receiving yards with 4 touchdowns on the season.
Ramirez will go to work on second down. Bunch formation on the left. There's going to be a false start on Munster.
Just a little bit too excited to play that one.
They do. They want to get going. These girls are anxious and ready. As high school girls flag football continues to grow, the Colts are continuing to support the startup and development of new programs through financial grants and equipment donations. Get your school involved. Visit Colts.com/girlsflag. And there might be a personal foul here.
Yeah, we're going to have rough in the passer.
There is, yep. Ramirez took a big hit.
Yeah, it looked like it was See Paris Page there, the defensive back, and one of the captains. She does a nice job of getting back there quickly, but obviously something you have to avoid in the backfield. If you're going to put the pressure on, you cannot go running into the quarterback like that.
Yeah, that arm came to the head of Ramirez. That'll move it up quite a bit. And the Mustangs continue to drive in their opening possession.
Yeah, they've looked really solid so far, finding the routes that they want. Obviously a few dropped passes, but a couple nice completions as well.
Here's Ramirez, rolls out to the right, fires down the right side, and off the fingertips again of Miranda Younger. They're close. Just haven't been able to make that connection yet. It'll be second down.
And Younger just kind of gets turned around the wrong way there. Tough to see. She is being covered really well by Linnea Gaines as well for Lawrence North.
They'll huddle up. Mustangs in the red uniforms with the white trim. Lawrence North in the green and white trim. Here's Ramirez. Fires down the left side. Receiver out there. Got tangled up. There's going to be a flag. Younger got tangled up with Aaliyah Massey. Approaching the 18-minute mark. Lots of laundry on this opening drive.
And you see Lawrence North doesn't bring any pressure that time. Just kind of stays compact, trying to stay patient in the red zone area. Doesn't want to give up anything too big over the top.
Here's Ramirez. To the outside, complete, and 6. Ramirez to Jarrett. Mustangs the first on the board, 6-0.
Well done by Munster. That's a nice first drive they put together. You see the quarterback there, Ramirez, just does a nice job of finding Jarrett, and she finally gets one in there, backs it in for the TD. A great drive by Munster.
They're going to go for 2 here. It's 5 yards for 1, 10 for 2. And I think the arm of Ramirez signifies why we're doing this here. Here comes the blitz to the outside, has the wide receiver open, and before she can get to the goal line, the flag is grabbed. Nullifies the 2-point conversion, but the Mustangs strike first. Up 6-0.
It's a good job by Clancy there. She comes up from that DB position and makes the flag pull. It's a good job, again, by Ramirez to get that ball out quickly as the Lawrence North blitz came through.
Interested in bringing mental health awareness to your school? The Colts and Kicking the Stigma are amplifying Indiana high school sporting events dedicated to mental health awareness through the Mental Health Awareness Starter Pack program. The program aims to provide schools across the state with support to enhance our efforts in hosting mental health awareness nights. Head to kickingthestigma.org/get involved and learn more and submit your request today. Hand off to the right side. Breaking a few grabs, still on her feet. Trying to get to the outside, cuts on a dime. And out comes the whole belt. But not before a big gain on the play from Jada Wheat.
Our first look at the Lawrence North offense, and Jada Wheat snaps off that big one for 20. A nice change in directions there. Beats one defender and is able to just come through horizontally and find some room that way.
Partner, what I find amazing, we saw in our first game too, these student athletes are running double the yardage to get the yardage that they actually get, going east and west on this football field, trying to head south.
They'll take the space wherever they can.
Beard. Jump ball and complete to Abrielle Alexander. Beard threw that up for a jump ball, and Alexander able to come away with it.
Yeah, the senior doing a nice job there. Quarterback has to get rid of it. It's not exactly what the best thrown ball, but look at her elevate, beats the defender and pulls it from over behind. That's just well done by Lawrence North.
Evan Beard 32 touchdowns in the air. Handoff to the right side. And a flag grab there. Isabella Luna and Jada Wheat. Short gain on first down. Coming up on the 14-minute mark here in the first half. Mustangs up 6.
Go for a bunch formation here. All right, there you
And false start on Lawrence North. Our referee crew, the same crew as we had in game 1, has done an exceptional job this morning.
Yeah, I think they've done a really nice job. Not a lot has gotten by, and they've kept things in check.
Here's Beard. Fires long. And that's going to be a touchdown. I said 32 touchdowns, make it 33. Wildcats on the board.
It's a nice pass here. She drops back and just is patient. There she goes there. Nice little opening. No problem on the catch. Even able to basket catch it there in the end zone.
Jocelyn Ample, the freshman, able to bring that in. There's Beard. Back of the end zone. Good for 2. Good execution from the Wildcats on their opening possession. Mustangs take it down the field on their first, score a touchdown. Missed the 2-point conversion. The Wildcats answer with 8 points of their own, find themselves up 2.
Yeah, great route. Kanira Ridley does a great job on the extra point there. Beats all 3 defenders diagonally, and it's a beautiful ball thrown by Baird.
Colts Friday Night Football Tour, sponsored by Hellas Construction, celebrating Indiana high school football at games across the state each high school football season. At each tour stop, the Colts organization will bring interactive fan activities, including Colts inflatables, Friday Night Football Tour giveaways, games, and a chance to register to win Colts prizes, and appearance by the Colts cheerleaders, beginning 90 minutes before kickoff. To request at the Friday tour, visit your high school. Visit Colts.com/FNNT on the interception. Not quite, but defensive play by Lawrence North on the interception was Lanaya Gaines, and puts the Wildcats in great field position.
Well done by Gaines. She reads the quarterback the whole time, gets into a little bit of an air battle here, but brings it down off of the head of Alexander Tovar and almost gets in before it's pulled off, but heck of an interception there, and then to stay in bounds as well. Impressive by the Wildcats.
That's just a great football play. Has nothing to do with flag football. No. I think any wide receiver / DB cornerback would want to see that one on SportsCenter, and that was a heck of an interception. Here's Beard. Back of the end zone, complete. 35 touchdowns. This one to Abrielle Alexander.
The senior, and that's the second time she's come up big. We saw her with a big gap play at first drive, and there she goes, just sneaking behind the coverage there. And again, Beard with the nice touch, just puts it far enough where the Munster defenders can't grab it, and that's a great turn of events there for Lawrence North.
2 quick scores from the Wildcats. As we approach the 10:30 mark, and they're going to go for 2 again. Beard. Oh, look at this chicanery. And couldn't get it.
Whoa. It's a great play, but defensively Munster is up to it. Well done there.
Berlin Compton with speed to the outside to negate Beard getting in the end zone.
I love this little pitch. You think she's gone. Woo! Great angle. Comes over and has to be exact. Well done on the flagpole.
Colts, proud to be the presenting sponsor of the IHSAA Football Postseason Series, beginning on October 24th and concluding on November 29th at Lucas Oil Stadium. Coach with all participating teams, best of luck. That ball in and out of the hands of Alessandra Tovar. Seems to be Ramirez's favorite target so far.
Yeah, so far she's found her a couple times, and we're not really surprised to see Munster going to the air a lot. That's kind of where their big gains come from. They're not so much a running team as they are that big gain from passing.
Ramirez, and that ball intercepted off the fingertips of Gia Iatrides. And another turnover for the Wildcats.
It's a great interception again by the Wildcats, and bringing pressure. They just go ahead and rush. Ramirez there, and just right there to clean it up. Ayanna Clancy.
Can't really fault Ramirez on those throws, just off of deflections and great plays from the Wildcat defense. Not easy balls to catch, but they've done it twice in a row.
No, both interceptions. She's put the ball in I would say proper spaces, pretty good spaces. They're not bad passes.
Beard gonna fire again, lofts it up. Look at the spin on that ball.
I love it. They're going right back to the end zone, taking one shot right away. And Beard almost finds her third touchdown of the afternoon.
That's good defense on that backside from Berlin Compton to knock that ball away. In and out of the hands of Jocelyn Ample. Second down. Beard by herself, and it's going to be a false start on the Wildcats. Colts Flag Football Leagues presented by Peyton Manning Children's Hospital. Offers an accessible and developmental opportunities for those wanting to learn the game of flag football. With over 20 locations across Indiana, visit colts.com/flag and join a league near you. Here's Beard. Plenty of time, going to fire deep. Back of the end zone. Complete.
Wow. Jada Wheat again. And what a perfect throw there by Heaven Beard. She drops back, has the time to let the receiver get free, and man, well done.
Heaven Beard having a heavenly performance here in the first half.
She is, and it's the touch, She knows right where to put it. Again, it's outside of the defender. It's somewhere only Wheat can get it. It's an impressive touch by Beard.
Beard just a freshman. That's something to look forward to for the next 3 years, right?
Absolutely.
Having a kid who can sling it for 3 scores in just about 18 minutes. We're not done yet. Lots of football to play. Wildcats up 14.
Yeah, and for a freshman, she's looked very composed, very in control. High snap there, but handles it easily.
Oh, stepped into that one. Basically quadruple covered on the play was Kanaira Ridley.
Not a lot of luck with the extra points so far for Lawrence North, but heck, as long as your defense is playing as well as they are, you're just going to keep getting the ball in the red zone.
And it's not as if their offense doesn't go at a rapid pace as well. So how do you beat that? What can Ramirez do here?
Yeah, what we saw in the first drive, she's going to try and find those chunk plays, vertical receivers, try and find an open route.
Oh, a mishandle on the snap. The play is blown dead. It'll be second down. Unfortunate incident for the Mustangs there.
Yeah, it's not going to make things any easier on Ramirez.
Here's Ramirez. Little pass over the middle. Eradicated immediately by Rain Marks. They'll bring up third down.
Saw Jada Weed on the pressure that time with the blitz, and that forces Ramirez to use that check down and keeps them from getting those long chunk plays that they like with the vertical routes.
The winner of this one will go on to the semifinals, take on the winner of New Prairie and Warren Central, happening right now behind us. There's a handoff to the near side. Not much there. As Aaliyah Massey came over. Another senior for Coach Donnie Mims.
Yeah, she does a nice job here. It's just really solid defense. You see her break down, lower her body as she approaches the runner, just making sure she can grab that flag fully.
11 seniors for head coach Donnie Mims and the Lawrence North Wildcats.
Coming into this game, Ramirez was, statistically probably the more productive quarterback, but we have seen just absolutely the opposite. And I would credit Lawrence North's defense as well as Beard just having a heck of a morning game, I should say.
And she's in the backfield with Jada Wheat. Hands it off to Wheat. Trying to get to the outside, evades the grab. Another grab on the spin move, and now she's got to reverse fields. Pretty decent gain on the play. O'Delaga.
Yeah, she does a nice job here changing directions with the spin. Just makes it tough to find the flag, and you're allowed to move your body to move your flag. You cannot shield it. You can't, tuck it in, make it harder to pull or anything like that, but the twists and turns are A-okay.
Here's Beard. Gonna fire down the middle, has a receiver there, but that ball intercepted. Berlin Compton able to step in front of that one, take it a good distance back on the opposite side of the half line. And it's first down for the Mustangs.
Compton does a great job there of just staying step for step with the receiver, reads Beard's eyes, and is able to get to the spot and the ball faster. Does a nice job of immediately returning, trying to get some extra yards.
Coming up on the 2-minute warning. Fires down the middle and off the hands again to Miranda Younger. Ramirez and Younger trying to make chemistry and just a tick off.
And something they really need to get going. That's a pair and a combination they've relied on through a lot of the season.
That's going to be the 2-minute warning. Calling all 5 to 14-year-olds, Colts Flag Football Leagues presented by Peyton Manning's Children's Hospital, offering accessible and developmental opportunities for those wanting to learn the game of flag football with over 20 locations across Indiana. Visit colts.com/flag to join a league near you. As we're moving along quite rapidly, and we're going to take a rapid break. 2 minutes left. Wildcats up 20-6, but the Mustangs on the move. You're watching it on the IC Sports Network.
Give me 3. Why are you here?
Knowing that, the women's involvement and as well as Flag's involvement in the game that we love is going to continue to grow and grow.
Now there are 17 sanctioned states in high school girls flag, and then you add on that it's going to be an Olympic sport at the next Olympics, which is huge. I think it's a really exciting time to jump in and be at the forefront of this.
1, 2, 3.
Did you know that 1 of every 5 adults in the U.S. experience a mental health condition every year? It's important to know they are common and treatable. In the sports world, mental health conditions impact 10 players on your favorite NFL team, 5 players on your favorite Major League Baseball roster, and 1 player in every NBA starting lineup. Mental health affects all of us and is nothing to be ashamed of. It's important to understand. It's important to listen. It's important to talk about.
The Colts Sunday Night 7-on-7 series presented by Forte Sports Medicine and Orthopedics and brought to you in part by Gatorade and the Player Action Fund will be returning for 2026. High school tackle and flag football athletes will be able to continue fine-tuning their skills during the offseason. Check out Colts.com/SN7on7 to learn more about the program. 20-6. The Wildcats hold a 14-point advantage over the Mustangs of Munster. But, partner, I mean, we've seen it. This team seem to jump out to a big lead, but then it's a counterpunch by the team behind, and right now the Mustangs on the move with 2 to play in the first half.
Yeah, and Munster doing a nice job of hanging in this game. With the plays that Lawrence North has made, they could be up by a lot more. They've done a nice job defensively, Munster has, of limiting those extra point attempts, really keeping them just to those 20 points. But Munster driving here, you want to see him get something on the board before halftime.
It's been the play of Heaven Beard on the Wildcats side, throwing 3 touchdown passes already. But a big defensive play on the last series from Berlin Compton on the interception for the Mustangs. Has them in good field position, 2nd down on the Wildcat side of the half line.
And both quarterbacks doing a nice job of sticking to the game plan. You know, 2 different styles of teams and 2 different styles of play. However, Ramirez is doing a nice job with the added pressure. Lawrence North is sending blitzes right and left at her, sometimes 1, sometimes 2. She's got to get rid of the ball quick, and she's done a nice job since those 2 interceptions of really trying to limit those mistakes.
Talking about what the Colts have influenced here is they started back in 2023 with the Colts Girls High School Flag Football League with only 8 teams. In 2024, that would expand to 27. And this year, 79, only 21 away from that fabled 100, which would make it a sanctioned IHSAA sport, which the state would love to have. And it looks like it's got good momentum heading towards that. Mustangs, Ramirez, blitz coming, fires down the middle and incomplete. Was looking for Gia Iatridis and couldn't connect, 3rd down.
Good coverage by Clancy there. Gets her hands on the ball, unable to bring it in. And Gia Iatridis lucky to kind of get away. Yeah, almost walks away with an interception there.
Mustangs trying to get one more score before the half, make this a 1-possession ball game. Ramirez over the middle and in and out of the hands. Bobbled by Gia Iatridis. And I'll bring up 4th down.
And Amelia Ramirez again doing a nice job of getting the ball out quickly. You saw the triple blitz that time from Lawrence North. Dumps the ball to her only option there. She needs those teammates to help her out a little bit. Get a couple catches and move the chains forward.
Ramirez in the gun. Need a big play here. Here comes a blitz. Ball fired up in the air. It's complete. Partner, I don't think I want to tell them that noisemakers aren't allowed at IHSAA events, but I'm not going to say anything. We'll just say
we'll
it
leave it to the
air casually.
It's just a vuvuzela.
It's a great atmosphere. It makes me. And that's good information from our producer, Jordan Shue, inside the truck. It's not IHSAA yet. So it makes perfect sense.
Right.
Must have been a penalty on that play. And great grab there. Strong fingertips. Saw that last night in the Louisville versus Miami game. Yeah. But watch the strength of the grab here. Ball basically on the ground. Wow.
Yeah, that's impressive. Ball doesn't touch the ground until after her elbows are down. No bobble at all. You're right, it was just as clean as the Miami interception.
5 yards to go. They need to put it in the air here. Cannot run the football from 5 yards in. Under a minute. Here's Ramirez. Looking for receivers. Plenty of time. Someone trying to get open. Out to the far side. In and out of the hands. Ball a little high for Iatridis. And it's 2nd down.
Yeah, Iatridis has really become the target this drive. Unfortunately, no other Munster players able to get open at that point, but if she goes a little deeper, gets up there just right through her fingers. It's a good look and great patience by Ramirez there at quarterback.
3 more downs to work with. 47 seconds left on the clock in the first half. Mustangs down 14. Ramirez. Oh, had her in the flat. Didn't throw it, though. Now she fires back of the end zone. And that ball intercepted. Or no, out of bounds off the deflection.
Interesting play there. Had 2 receivers open in the flat, like you mentioned, John, and she hangs on to it, and then tries to find tries to find Ashira Smith in the back of the end zone, and it just bounces off of her hands.
Now they'll try it on 3rd down with 40 ticks left. Here's Ramirez. Plenty of time, surveying the field, looking for options. Now back of the end zone and incomplete. Iatredes again, couldn't connect there. It'll be 4th down.
Yeah, they're obviously trying to find Iatredes in the end zone, but that's the second contested throw she's had to make into that area, and they'll go for it here on 4th down, obviously, with 30 seconds left.
Here's Ramirez. They need this one. And she got it. It was Odaluga just sitting there in space. And the Mustangs answer.
That is big for the Mustangs. You see Ramirez, there was a great throw from her, right on time, right on target. Well done by Odaluga to bring it in, maintain it, and get the touchdown. That's big for Munster going into the half.
It is a 1-possession game now, but smartly going for 1. Because that would make it a 7-point contest heading into the half. Here's Ramirez. To the outside, off the fingertips, incomplete. But still a 1-possession game. The Mustangs almost go the whole distance of the field to put 6 points on the board. And it's 20-12 with the Wildcats having to work with 27 seconds.
It's a gritty drive from Munster. Nothing really going their way at the beginning of it. They keep grinding through it, find the final passes, and really just unfortunate on the PAT, but they needed that drive.
Ball up in the air, complete. And got the flag, and a penalty on the play.
Beard just putting another one on a silver platter.
Coach Zach Slosser not sure about the penalty. It looked like she got a lot of flag, but it's going to go against the Mustangs. So add a few more yards to that long pass play. And Wildcats cooking with just 19 left.
Yeah, she's in good coverage there. No need to make the contact. Go for the flag. I think she just gets a little bit too much with her body there, and they call the pass interference.
Coach Donnie Mims calls a timeout. Draw up a couple plays here. Partner take a couple shots into the end zone. 19 seconds left. That clock stops on an incomplete pass, so why not?
Well, especially, when you've got Heaven Beard at quarterback, we've seen 3, 4. Here's another one. Just right on a dime. This is the last play. See how open she is? And then there you just – their feet just get tangled up. It's a little light, I think.
That's okay. Yeah. We have the luxury of replay.
It's true.
Always.
Yes. As an emerging sport, the replay.
Yes.
Replay
It'll make it down.
the
red flag challenge will come out in a few years. Let's get it to actually the sanctioned event, and then we'll start bringing out the replay booths. Gives it 1st down to the Wildcats. 19 seconds left. Mustangs just scored, but the Wildcats trying to answer heading into the half.
And your Munster defense has to stand tall here. You want to limit, obviously, any scores, but especially with only 19 seconds left in the half.
Here's Beard. Gonna fire into the end zone. Back corner, overshot a receiver. Stops the clock with 14 seconds. It'll be second down.
I love that play call, though. You get a post corner and a corner route, and just right over. You see the crossing routes here. Defenders don't know which way to go. She almost has her beat there. Just that little hesitation by Nola Brown. A little bit lighter of a pass there. They're looking at a TD.
Second down. About 20 yards out. Beard, plenty of time. And a short pass just overshot a receiver. That was Jada Wheat coming across the middle. It'll be third down. 9 seconds left.
I almost think it's harder, those short passes, right, to find the touch, especially when you've been throwing the long ball like Beard has. She had her, potentially there's led her a little bit too far. But yeah, I think sometimes even those closer passes are harder to get a touch on.
Third down. Here's Beard. Lots of time. Patiently waiting. Good coverage by the Mustangs. Back of the end zone. And in and out of the hands. That was about as close as you were going to get it. She came down hard on that backside. That was Abrielle Alexander. And she'll take a second.
Holding call. Now with the time expired,
they should put some time back on the clock. Not sure how much, but you can't end the half on a defensive penalty.
Yeah, I think they called it pass interference in the end zone. From our angle, it's hard to tell if they were going straight up or not, but you felt like it was a jump ball. It seemed fairly clean. You see the coverage here. She has her for a second. Just her feet, I think she lands hard, obviously. And
I think it was more the fall than it was
the player.
The pressure. Selena DeVelos, who came over there, number 15. Looks like she played it cleanly, but it gives the Wildcats one more chance. Here's Beard. Time is expired. Back of the end zone. And a touchdown. Split the defense. And with no time left on the clock in the first half, the Wildcats put 6 more on the board, 26-12.
It's Jada Wheat again. She has been the target receiver. A nice little move. How that ball gets through both Munster defenders. That's a heck of a score right there.
They will go for 2. So far unsuccessful. And that's a fumble, and that'll stop the play dead. Nonetheless, the Wildcats, in a short amount of time, put 6 more on the board. They counter the punch from the Mustangs. It's been a good first half. The Wildcats put up 26, Mustangs 12, 14-point advantage. We'll take a break. You're watching the Girls Flag Championships on the ISC Sports Network.
GSSI profile complete.
How much sweat are you willing to lose? Because when you do that, you can surpass the hype. You can inspire generation after generation. You can compete against anything. So how much are you willing to lose? That's how you know. Hey now, say now. How much you willing to win? Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now.
guys know who 99 is for the Colts? What's his name?
I want to be able to inspire our youths in the community and just having those interactions with those kids. I mean, it can go a long way.
You want to tackle me? It might take all of you guys to try to take
Growing
me down.
up, we never had the opportunity to have a lot of professional athletes, still camps, and I just wanted to be able to pay it forward each and every year. And you consistently see some familiar faces from over the past 5 years that we've done this, and obviously having a bunch of my teammates come out and support and create those interactions for them as well. I mean, it's been amazing, and giving back to community is, that's what Mr. Ursay always did, One thing that I really did love, flag football. I mean, that game continues to grow. But that's actually initially how I started playing football. And going into the 2028 Olympics, flag football is going to be one of the sports competing for a gold medal. So just seeing that part of the game grow, and it's amazing. It's amazing for football and, obviously for the kids that love playing football.
1, 2, 3, go!
Back on the campus of Grand Park in Westfield, Indiana for the Girls Flag Championships right here on the ISC Sports Network has the Lawrence North Wildcats up 14, 26-12 over the Munster Mustangs. John Natale alongside my broadcast partner Kristen Hazley. And Kristen, a little bit different than what we saw in the first game. It was Snyder and Harrison keeping it kind of close here, but Lawrence North, quick strike offense, 4 touchdown passes for Heaven Beard. She's having herself a heck of a ball game and still one more half to go.
Yeah, Heaven Beard has been the difference for Lawrence North. She has just been on target with her long, deep passes as well as the handoffs to the middle and outside runs. That's what she's trying to find to get those yardage for her team.
Some other games going around the state of Indiana on college landscape is that depending on what happens tonight and happened last night down in Miami, is that Louisville took it to the Hurricanes, ranked number 2. So that means that the Hoosiers have a great chance if they beat the Spartans today, Michigan State, to move up to number 2 behind the Ohio State Buckeyes. And then Purdue is going to face the Northwestern Wildcats, who shockingly beat Penn State last week. And then a good one, always a good one, Notre Dame and USC around the state of Indiana.
I am excited for that one.
Great day of football.
Mm-hmm.
And the Indianapolis Colts, I believe they play tomorrow. They'll play L.A. and Justin Herbert and the Chargers, sitting at 5-1 atop the AFC South are the Colts. Nobody expected that. Nobody expected Daniel Jones to come in like he did and do the job that he's doing. And right now, it looks like Daniel Jones has some competition for quarterback of the month because Heaven Beard has really been able to sling it here in the first half for the Wildcats of Lawrence North. Let's check some highlights. We got plenty of them. Take it, partner.
Yeah, let's take a look at this first half. Ramirez, the quarterback, nice job, finds the route runner. Again, you see her drop back very controlled. There she finds her favorite target there, Bella Jarrett. And then we see Heaven Beard go at it here, finding all of her receivers back behind those lines. Both of these quarterbacks playing really solid. You see there the interception in the red zone by Lanaya Gaines and just bouncing off the receiver's hands. They go ahead and finish it for the score. Munster comes back down the field. Another interception off the hands of the wide receiver. And then Beard goes back down. What a catch there by Jada Wheat. It's been her day this afternoon too. But then Munster came back with another interception and gave Ramirez another chance at points. That was a heck of a catch there by Gia Itradides. And then the last play there somehow sneaks through both Munster defenders.
That's the definition of the old cliche, threading the needle. That was a beautiful throw in the end zone.
It was great. I mean, even from our angle, we were like on the arc path of that, and I thought for sure it was getting tipped, if not picked off, and whew, snuck right through there, John.
24 minutes to play. Wildcats start with a football on their half of the half line. And Munster really needs a stop. 5 receiver set. Here's Beard. Just a short toss. Partner, you said on cue. Beard has been slinging it all over the turf, and then just really a 7-yard throw. She left it short.
Yeah, and I think it's that second or third read that she maybe gets a little flustered with. You know, Munster isn't bringing a lot of blitz or pressure, but they're doing a great job of covering the receivers, which makes it tougher on Beard, obviously, to get a nicely timed, well-thrown ball out.
Trying to compare this to tackle football, how many illegal men downfield do you think would happen in flag football?
6. Everyone but the quarterback.
Beard looking to go long. Fires to the outside. Receiver there, but ran into the back. That was Nola Brown, yep.
Yeah.
Great coverage back there.
Yeah, again, just trying to close in on the receiver. Nice job of getting her body in front. Jada Wheat still trying to get the target there. Just bullied off the ball a bit.
3rd down for the Wildcats. They were very aggressive on the offensive end in that first half. And the Mustangs trying to keep that to a minimum here in the second. They find themselves down 14. The little pitch. And the flag is grabbed. Minimal gain. That was Nola Brown again. And that's going to bring up 4th down.
Nola Brown doing a nice job. She's the second defender up to the ball with Jada Wheat, but just does a nice job. You see, misses the first one there, and she just stays low, grabs the flag, ends the play right there. Well done.
Just behind us, New Prairie and Warren Central. 25-13 from New Prairie. They was tied at 13s, and they just got the 2-point conversion. Now 27-13. New Prairie in the lead. Here's Beard. You can tell she wants to throw it deep. And that ball in and out of the hands of Jada Wheat. And a turnover on downs for the Mustangs. It's exactly what they needed, and they have great field position to get their first drive of the second half.
Yeah, the Mustangs came out, did exactly what they wanted to do, stopped Lawrence North on the 4 downs, and now they've got the ball in great field position. Can they strike quickly and make this a 1-score game again?
The winner of this one will go on to face the winner of New Prairie and Warren Central. Those games will be at 4 o'clock. We have Snyder and Penn in the top bracket. Here's Ramirez. Back of the end zone. Great defensive recovery there from the Wildcats. That was Lanaya Gaines coming over.
Gaines already has 1 interception on the day and a couple broken up passes, and you see why there. Ramirez has her, but look at the length and the speed there of Gaines to just get back and find the tip.
2nd down. Here's Ramirez. Here comes the blitz. Gets rid of the football. That ball complete on the spin move. Still going. It's taken away by Rain Marks. Decent completion. They'll bring up 3rd down.
Yeah, they're able to find the receiver there. And it's Bella Jarrett, who typically is, one of their targeted receivers to try and get some yards after the catch. Nowhere to go there that time, though.
1945. Here's Ramirez. Blitz comes. And on the sack, give it to Sydney Harper.
And Sydney Harper, a name that we haven't said a lot today, but one of the big important players for Lawrence North coming into the game. She's really a tone setter on the back end and defensively in the red zone.
I think this record would go beyond Michael Strahan. She has over 50 sacks this season, 15 other tackles for loss. Incredible. Back of the end zone, has the open receiver, touchdown. And she celebrated a wee bit early, but was like, I got 6 more inches to go. Nonetheless, a touchdown for Jaslyn Sanchez from Ramirez. And the Mustangs get one back, 26-18.
Yeah, and it's great job by Ramirez to stand in the pocket. The pressure is coming. She gets it off, and then you see there Sanchez just like, oops. You know, and in her defense, there's a lot of lines on the field. So,
well, Paris Page gave up on it too.
Yeah, that's true.
26-18. Going for the 2-point conversion to make this a 6-point ball game. Ramirez, here comes the blitz. Back of the end zone, in and out of the hands of Jaslyn Sanchez.
Yeah, Munster fans wanting a pass interference call. The thing to the right, Ramirez had 2 open receivers, but she definitely wanted to find Sanchez there, and you could tell she didn't look anywhere else.
Still a 1-possession game. And Kristen, what has really helped the Mustangs in the situation is the inability of the Wildcats to convert on their conversions after the touchdowns.
Yeah, I mean, that's essentially what's kept them in this game. And, you know, a couple great stands by Munster defensively and a couple drops by Lawrence North on the PATs. You know, it's definitely as you get down to these waning minutes, that becomes a factor.
Here's Beard trying to operate after the Mustangs touchdown. She's pointing downfield. She wants to go long. And that ball juggled, and there's going to be a foul. It was Jada Wheat who couldn't bring it in, but I think a little bit too much contact coming from that backside from Nola Brown.
Yeah, Nola Brown, we've said her name a few times on the defensive end. You know, not on purpose, trying to get to the ball. Obviously gets her with the body. She'll get the flag thrown, but nothing malicious there. Unfortunately, you do give up some yardage.
The IHSAA and Indianapolis Colts have teamed up to highlight the top high school officiating crews in Indiana this season. Congratulations to Mark Hopper's crew for being named the September Crew of the Month for Indiana. To learn more about IHSAA officiating, visit ihsaa.org/become-official. Fall start on the Wildcats. Move it back a little bit. Under 16:30 left in the second half. Another good one here at Grand Park for the Girls Flag Championships.
Yeah, this is really, I mean, we've seen so many turnovers and almost changed the momentum, I want to say, in this one. It's going to be fun to see how this ends up.
Beard fires long in the air, and there's going to be a penalty there. That's going to be on Bobby Udall. Never even looked at the ball.
Yeah, that's tough. You know, Weedle's beat. She can't have her hands all over Jocelyn Ample, though. She's got to give her a chance. And like you said, didn't even turn around and look at the ball. Just knew it was coming based on the receiver.
That's going to be a first down. And after the penalties, Wildcats still quite a ways away from the half line, but have gotten some benefits from the laundry on the field.
Yeah, you know, and at this point, they're happy to waste as much time off the clock as they can.
Coming up on 15 minutes. Here's Beard. Little flare to the outside. Still on her feet. Still breaking tackles, finally. A flag pull. Elena DeVelos. But not before. Kenira Ridley, big gain on the opposite side of the half line for the Wildcats.
Yeah, and she does a nice job of sneaking past that first Munster defender, and a nice little change in direction there to dodge the second. Eventually caught, but that is a big gain and a much-needed gain for Lawrence North.
Wildcats on the move, 14:30. Here's Beard. She's going to fire deep into the end zone. Receiver out there, and a penalty flag.
That's Compton that time coming across from the safety position, and you got to play the ball, John.
Looks like she fell over her feet, and that momentum, right? Oh, she hit the foot.
Yeah, I mean, at that point, you know, she's pushing Evans out of the receiving position, and granted, maybe it's just, you know, a sloppy play, but either or, you've got to control your body going into that. I mean, these PIs have been killing Munster on this drive.
Kamari Evans back there, one of the few freshmen for head coach Donnie Mims and the Wildcats. Here's Beard, false start. It was near side towards us. That was Evans. That'll push the ball backwards, still first down. 13:30 left in the second half. Wildcats up 8. Here's Beard. Moves up in the pocket. Little flare over the middle. Has a receiver open. Still on her feet, finally. 22 grabs 12.
And Lawrence North is just doing a nice job of beating their defenders off the line. It looks like Munster's going a little bit man-to-man in that front there. And again, the receiver's just able to find that separation. Beard right on target with the touch that time, and she gets an extra 10 yards just with speed alone.
First down for the Wildcats. Here's Beard, fakes a handoff, fires to the right side, receiver open, and touchdown. The Wildcats answer quickly. Put another 6 on the board, and now up 16, 34-18.
Yeah, and it's Priya Mims with the reception. I love this play. They start in the bunch formation. Wide receivers going everywhere, but that peel-out route there by Mims. The Beard is able to find her there, going wide, and I mean, you've got to use the whole width of the field, you know, at that point. And that's the advantage Lawrence North was able to find and use that time.
Now the Mustangs have to work quick. Under 12. Ramirez fires long. Aaliyah Massey was the intended receiver for the Wildcats, unfortunately. But she didn't get it.
Now, and you know, if I'm Ramirez right now, I've got to remember, I can't get it all back in one play, right? You don't want to give up any more turnovers at this point. You know, a 2-score game is manageable. I think if you start giving up the ball and you know, difficult field positions, you're kissing the game goodbye.
Here's Ramirez out into the flat. Receiver there. Short gain. That was Iatredes. Ramirez fakes the handoff. Good play action. Now fires into the flat. Has a receiver. And she's got some room to run. Past the half line. Still going. And not before a huge gain was Bella Jarrett. That's a connection that worked in the first half. And they go for a big one here on the opposite side of the half line.
They really needed to get Jarrett going. You know, if they can get Miranda Younger as well. Those are those two combinations that Ramirez has relied on time and time again, and it's good to see, you know, Jarrett starting to get going, but they're going to need to utilize them a lot more to get back into this game.
Mustangs trying to work quickly to get that touchdown back. Here's Ramirez. Far corner of the end zone. Too long. Trying to find Iatredes.
Yeah, Iatredes had some separation there. She's obviously who they're trying to find in these situations. Probably a little bit of the height advantage, but great routes run by a few people on the Munster sideline there. You can kind of almost see in the replay, they're about 3 wide receivers deep of the Lawrence North coverage.
Ramirez on the blitz. Has to fire over the middle quickly. And there's a flag on the play. Saw that one coming. That was Heaven Beard, who came in like a rocket and got too much body of the Mustangs and not enough football.
That would be something really, I think, difficult to train your body on, right? If you're used to playing, you know, quote-unquote football, regular tackle football, or even basketball, anything like that, you're used to going in with your body, not trying to grab a flag. So it's almost like you've got to break yourself down and be patient in a defensive stance to make those flag pulls.
Under 9 left in the second half. Mustangs trying to counter the pass touchdown from Lawrence North. Ramirez, here comes the blitz. Fires over the middle, back of the end zone. Incomplete. Big collision. Jaslyn Sanchez pops back up. Good to see that. And it'll be second down.
Good attempt by Sanchez there. She has him for a second. Bobbles it, unable to keep it. But you feel like Munster is just this close, just trying to grab it. Ramirez has got to go through all of her reads, check her options.
On the far side, and it's picked off. Six. Heaven Beard. This time on the defensive side of the football.
How about the game that Heaven Beard is having? Throwing for a couple TDs, throwing an interception and a pick six in there. And again, it's just the pressure that Lawrence North sends with that blitz. It forces Ramirez to get the ball out quickly, and Beard does a nice job of just reading her eyes and right off the hands. Well done by Heaven Beard.
40-piece on the board for the Lawrence North Wildcats. Up 22, going for 2. Here's Beard. Little pitch over the middle. Trying to get to the outside. Penalty on the play. Did she break the plane? No good. And it's going to be penalty on the Mustangs.
Yeah, there were a couple flags. I feel like there was an early one and then one a little later as she tried to get to the pylon. It's not a bad idea, though. I mean, when you've got Jada Weed as fast as she is, you know, she's also a defending state champion in basketball. You know, she knows how to move her body and get quickly. So if you can dump it off to her and let her try and make her way to the end zone, why not?
Lawrence North looking for a pretty decent 2025 sports campaign.
I would say.
And this clock continues to run, approaching the 6-minute mark. It was an 8-point ball game, but the Wildcats have shown their offensive prowess and now lead it by 22. 2-point conversion pending.
And Munster came out at halftime and
I guess not.
well.
I'm sorry. I guess
yeah.
the penalties nullified that. So Ramirez has to go to work. She fires long, open receiver, but can't complete it to Younger. Just a connection that hasn't worked out today.
I don't know if they've had one completion between Ramirez and Younger, but that has been their bread and butter throughout the season. So obviously the offense just struggling to find its footing, especially in the second half of this second half.
5 seniors for head coach Zach Slosser on this Mustangs team. So lots of players coming back. Ramirez fires deep, and that ball can't be completed to Jaslyn Sanchez.
And again, the pressure comes quick to Ramirez. She just has to get rid of it. Throws it downfield, and actually pretty on-spot ball. Just, again, those jump balls are not going Munster's ways today. It's not an awful throw. I mean, Sanchez gets some hands on it. It's just great coverage by Lawrence North.
Paris Page able to get a hand in there before Sanchez could bring it in. And it's third down. 4:30 left on the clock. Ramirez, here comes the blitz, fires over the middle, has a receiver. Can she make it? Just in front of the goal line. There is a penalty on the play.
How about the recovery there by Gaines? She put on the boosters and said, don't get across that end line. She came from across the field, and she'll probably get the penalty there on the foul. Yep. Looks like personal foul there. But what a throw here. Ramirez able to find her. And finally, Bella Jarrett with a big play. But here comes Gaines. Just the speed.
That's been the connection that has been most effective for the Mustangs today, is Ramirez to Bella Jarrett. And that's a tandem that'll come back next year to do this. Ramirez, a junior, and Jarrett, a sophomore.
And Jarrett with that speed, they like to use her on the edge, touchdowns, or I'm sorry, touches around the edge, as well as, some check downs, just because of her speed.
The winner of this one is going to face New Prairie as they're up 24 with 1:11 left in the second half. Game number 1, we saw the Panthers of Snyder beat the Harrison Raiders. And on the other side of the complex, it was Penn beating Terre Haute South. And that game will be at 4 o'clock here on the ISC Sports Network. And then in combination with the winner of this one and the winner of that New Prairie Warren Central game, also at 4. False start on the Mustangs. It's been one heck of a morning here at the Girls Flag Championships.
Been an exciting one.
Ramirez back of the end zone. Ball juggled. And I believe the penalty will be against Lawrence North. So a touchdown, finally. Ramirez to Younger, they made it work.
Yeah, finally able to find Younger there. Ramirez puts the ball in a decent spot here. Younger with the bobble, but just able to bring it in. Gets across without a flagpole and through the contact.
That cuts it to a 2-score lead.
Well, I mean, in this field position, with the game we've seen, a pick 6 by Munster is not out of the question.
Not at all.
Neither is Lawrence North, throwing it 40 yards and going to the house.
That's true. Here's Ramirez. Here comes the blitz. Back of the end zone.
Ooh.
And complete. Not out of it yet. The lead is 14. Wildcats hold that advantage 40-26 over the Mustangs of Munster. 2 more minutes of football coming up on the ISC Sports Network.
He's got one man to beat. He may go 10-5, touchdown. We say this out. Rainbow down the right side lane. Underneath that is Alec Pierce. Touchdown. That pass is intercepted by Kenny Moore. Josh Downs, touchdown, I-N-D-Y.
Caitlin, I'm here to show you all the best places in Indy, like the Peyton Manning Children's Hospital ER.
Great place to go for a fever, am I right?
Or a common cold. Get it? Like a common cold? Tough crowd.
Can I have an autograph?
Of course.
Caitlin, it kind of seems like you already know your way around.
A little, but my name's not on the hospital yet.
Peyton Manning Children's Hospital, a new and expanded ER to serve more of Indiana's kids.
Colt, like cold. That's the joke, right?
The Colts Youth and High School Football Grants is an opportunity for all flag and tackle programs throughout Indiana. Teams and programs can request up to $2,500 for equipment upgrades, facility updates, and other administrative costs. Applications will open in March, so tune in to colts.com/football grants and learn more. 40-26, the Lawrence North Wildcats hold a 14-point advantage over the Munster Mustangs in this quarterfinal matchup, looking for a date with New Prairie at 4 o'clock. Evan Beard has had herself a morning. Number 7, the quarterback for Lawrence North, and also star safety on the defensive side.
Not to mention, also a freshman.
That's true.
She has
Sims, 3 more years of young number 7.
She's just played with the composure of a senior this afternoon.
And she wants to go deep again. Jump ball and complete. Not done yet is Heaven Beard. Big completion to Abrielle Alexander.
It's a great throw here. Beard knows exactly where she's going to be, and it's a good catch there as well by Alexander. She just brings it in with the bobble.
Great concentration for number 12. Keep that in the mitts. And a minute 40. Here's Beard going for it all. And out of nowhere, that ball intended for Jocelyn Ample fell in the hands of Jada Wheat. 6 more points for the Wildcats. My goodness.
Yeah, and Beard is having a day, but so is Jada Wheat. Look at that. You're right. Absolutely. It was supposed to go to Jocelyn Ample, and Jada Wheat doing a nice job of just sliding in underneath it. Fooled the defenders as well.
It has been a day for Heaven Beard. Now looking for 2. And she got it. That one to Kamari Evans. And it's 48-26, Lawrence North.
And I got to say, I mean, I think the Lawrence North receivers have done an excellent job of making those catches in traffic. Really focusing. We've seen limited drop passes from them, and Beard is putting the ball exactly where it needs to be. Obviously, a few missed throws here and there, but she's making it easy on the wide receivers.
Valiant effort by the Mustangs, and still giving chase. That's going to be a penalty.
Yeah.
No attempt on the flag whatsoever. Just grabbed the back of Jaslyn Sanchez.
It's a nice throw. She's got her beat. Yeah, she brings her down by the body, by the shorts, not the flag there.
Paris Page way aggressive on that takedown. The Mustangs not out of fight yet. Down 22 points. Want to give them a lot of credit. Had a heck of a year going 9-1-1 on the season. 3 shutouts. They are exactly at their average for points scored. Defense faltered a little bit, but it's the Lawrence North high-octane Wildcats that really came through. Here's a blitz. Ramirez to the far corner. Sanchez couldn't find it. That'll stop the clock with 1:06 left.
And you mentioned it, credit to Munster. They have had an impressive run. You know, we've mentioned it a couple times, just those combinations that they're used to relying on, not able to come to fruition today against this Lawrence North defense, and they've struggled to kind of find their rhythm offensively.
Pressure. Ramirez into the end zone, and that ball is caught. Under a minute left, the Mustangs put 6 more on the board. Cassidy White gets her first grab, and it's 48-32.
Yeah, and that's the senior, Cassidy White, doing a nice job. Just runs this post route all the way through. Sneaks through the hands. Another needle threaded for you. It's nice to see the senior get a touchdown.
Mustangs just got too far behind, but have not given up at all, even in the final 2 minutes. Blitz, Ramirez outside, and that's complete. 2 more for the Mustangs, Jaslyn Sanchez.
And, you know, Munster showing they can score quickly there. Again, Ramirez doing a nice job. She's just putting those balls, great spot here. Been trying to find Sanchez. Finally finds her in the corner there. Nice ball elevated over the defender.
82 total points put up in this one.
And strangely, we've seen some decent defense as well.
Yeah.
You know?
I know.
It's been
you wouldn't look, it wouldn't seem it, but there have been some fantastic defensive plays. One of those resulting in a pick 6 for quarterback Heaven Beard. and around. Still going. No flag grab yet. Still on her feet. And finally, and it's going to be a shirt pull on the penalty. Stops the clock with 31 seconds left.
And Lawrence North obviously just going to look for those handoffs the rest of the way here. Not trying to risk anything with the throw in the air, even though Heaven Beard has had herself quite a day, and I'm sure would love one more touchdown.
.31 seconds left. Wildcats with the football, up 14. Beard takes a knee. And that should do it. Nope, they'll be able to get it back one more time. Will they? 5 seconds, and I think this one's going to blow out. It will. The Wildcats of Lawrence North have a date with New Prairie at 4 o'clock right here on the IC Sports Network. And in the other game, it'll be Snyder and Penn, another good one, also at 4 o'clock. Partner, it's been an absolute blast. Our first time doing girls flag football, but now we know why it is so exciting and why this sport is the fastest growing sport in the world.
I mean, really, it's kind of the best of traditional football, all packed into 48 minutes, I guess, if you will. Excellent, it's quick offense, it's defenses flying around, running backs making amazing moves. The game is quick, the game is fun, and the game is competitive, John.
They call it an emerging sport. Guaranteed it'll be a permanent sport. On behalf of my broadcast partner, Kristen Hazley, and our entire ISC Sports Network crew, I'm John Natali. Be sure to join us back at 4 p.m. Snyder and Penn, Lawrence North and New Prairie, our final in Game 2. The Lawrence North Wildcats 48-34 over the Munster Mustangs. Have a great afternoon, everybody.
Before the game, stop by American Family Insurance Touchdown Town, a free pregame and entertainment area for fans of all ages. Located on the north end of Lucas Oil Stadium along South Street, American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
Good afternoon from Grant Park in Westfield, Indiana, the site of this year's first ever Indiana Girls State Flag Football Championships presented by the Indianapolis Colts. I'm Kelsey Casper, thrilled to be joined by Jared Thomas for the semifinals of today's competition, where we have the Snyder Panthers taking on the Penn Kingsmen. Now, Jared, this is our first game of the day, first flag football game. What are you most excited to see or experience watching these young women play in their first ever flag football championships?
I think it's going to be synonymous with what all these young ladies are feeling playing in the first ever postseason tournament for this flag football league. A lot of emotions are at bay right now. You feel like you want to be that person that goes and makes the game-winning touchdown grab or the game-winning interception. So you're trying to bottle all of those emotions and put them in the right way. But I think at the very end of the day, it's all excitement for us here in the broadcast booth and obviously for these young ladies as they go out and compete for the first ever state championship for their respective teams.
And how about the Indianapolis Colts for supporting this entire event in these programs all season? It's part of the Road to 100. Committing $100 million towards launching 100 girls teams across the state of Indiana, just for an NFL team to be able to invest that.
The truth of the matter is everything that you want to go a far distance starts with a vision. And when that vision does get to the point that it gets funding like the Indianapolis Colts have done, it can grow serious legs and go some pretty far places. And I just think it's the Indianapolis Colts being visionaries for what they truly believe in. They've pumped a lot of resources. They've pumped a lot of attention and eyes into this. And here we are with the first ever. So I can only imagine with what they've done now and how it'll look here in the next few years.
Well, it all starts right here. We are just moments away from the semifinal matchup between the Snyder Panthers and the Penn Kingsmen. We'll step aside right here on Colts.com. Girls flag football action when we come back.
What's up, everyone? It's Zaire Franklin, Global Flag Ambassador and linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts. Girls flag football is officially an emerging sport in Indiana, but we need your help getting it to the next level. To make girls flag a sanctioned sport, we need 100 schools participating. Want to get your school involved? Visit Colts.com/girlsflag.
Just about a minute and a half away from action between the Snyder Panthers and the Penn Kingsmen here in the semifinal matchup at Grant Park in Westfield, Indiana. Well, as high school girls flag football continues to grow, the Colts are continuing to support the startup and development of new programs through financial grants and equipment donations. To get your school involved, visit Colts.com/girlsfootball. Penn Kingsmen, first year in their program under head coach Jeremiah Maggart. They beat Terre Haute South 30-13 to advance to the semifinal match, and they are undefeated on the season, 11-0, only undefeated team remaining in this bracket, and they're facing the Snyder Panthers, a second-year program under head coach Reggie Thorpe, a 10-1 season record. They went on to defeat earlier in the day Harrison. It was a 2014 final score to advance to face Penn here at 4 o'clock Eastern. The winner of this game will advance to the championship being held right after this game. The other two teams still in this one, Lawrence North and New Prairie, take it off on the field behind us. But here we go, getting ready for the first snap of the semifinals. Snyder in the black, Penn in their gold. Amaya Jackson lining up as the quarterback for the Panthers. She'll hand it off to Hurst. Back and forth, and her flag taken off. Good defense from Penn. It was Amani Reed taking off the flag.
See the amount of times that Snyder tried to reverse, the Kingsmen tried to reverse field as many times as they did in the pursuit by Snyder, being able to pick off that flag. A nice first possession and play for the defense.
Second down. We see our first pass of the game, and it's broken up. Olivia Dawson getting her hands on it, forcing a third down.
Just great anticipation. You see quarterback sets up. You see Snyder comes in and gets the pass deflection. Probably could have had a potential interception right there, as I heard some fans encouraging the interception attempt there. Not able to, but still gets the ball down to the turf.
Kingsmen trying to get a first down. They need to get to the yellow cone on the field. The yellow lines are the first down markers. Jackson just gonna hand it off to Hurst. Trying to make a move, still on her legs. And she's got a first down. Big third down run from Miley Hurst. Her flag finally taken off by Macy Little.
But we do have some laundry down on the turf back at the original line of scrimmage.
And it's going to be on the offense. I believe they called a legal procedure. So a big play taken away from Penn. And they'll replay third down. You see the running clock on your scoreboard on the screen. 2 halves, 24 minutes. Clock will not stop until the final 2 minutes. So anticipating a quick moving, fast game here on this Saturday afternoon. Jackson gets the snap. We'll see her arm again, going downfield, and it's picked off. Intercepted by Penn and taking it back. There's Macy Little.
Kelsey, a similar play that we just saw a few plays ago. Dawson going up, gets the PBU. This time, they actually go for the interception. Big momentum change after forcing a 3rd and forever. Get the interception and able to flip the field. Outstanding play from the defense.
Head coach Jeremiah Maggart said, we're going to hear Macy Little's name a lot on defense. She leads the team in interceptions this season, and she gets one on Snyder's opening drive. So now great field position for Penn here, looking to strike first in the first half. See Quinn Driscoll lining up as the quarterback. Fakes a handoff. Instead, they go to Cammie Bauer on the outside. Flag is thrown as her own flag is ripped off by Amaya Jackson on the defensive end.
And I think they're going to get Marion Horvath, who looked to throw a perimeter block out on the edge, which is illegal. Cannot be a downfield blocker, can just try and get in the way as much as possible, but Horvath extended her hands and became a blocker, and they called her right there in the open field.
So Penn will replay first down. This is a Penn offense averaging 42 points per game. That is the highest in the state. And on the other side, they're only allowing just 4.
And you see exactly why when you hear that certain players' names are going to be called, Little being one of them. That explains exactly why they've only given up 4 points per contest. When you have defenders willing to fly around and put the betterment of the team before themselves, these are the type of results that you get.
We'll see Driscoll's arm, or rather her legs here as she scrambles. Flag ripped off by Miley Hurst. That'll bring up second down.
Driscoll doing a nice job eluding the rush of Amaya Keeseth. Breaks contain in the pocket, turns into a playmaker with the football in her hands. Although not the most yards gained on that play, still able to play ahead of the sticks within striking distance.
Driscoll overthrowing her intended target of Bauer. That'll bring up third down.
What we've already seen thus far, Kelsey, if that ball goes up in the air, not just the players on the field, everyone in the stands yelling ball because they know the impact and potential that you have when you get those interceptions when the football is thrown in the air.
Also, a maximum of 2 players can rush the quarterback. We've seen a lot of ball pressure here. Those quarterbacks got to be ready to scramble, stay on their toes.
At all times, which also means the receivers have to be ready to get their head around a lot quicker than normal if your quarterback like Driscoll is under duress.
Well, here's Driscoll looking to the end zone, and it's broken up, incomplete. In and out of the hands of Cammie Bauer. Great coverage from the Snyder defense.
Great idea from Driscoll, throwing the ball to where the defender just left as they blitzed her, just not able to connect with Cammie Bauer in the back of the end zone. No, that's an opportunity that Penn wished they had back.
That was Grace Smith in coverage, leading Snyder defense with interceptions this season. Oh, but it looks like an offsides call. So Penn will move a little bit closer to the end zone. Driscoll drops back across midfield and batted away. Again, Grace Smith with a big defensive possession.
At some point in time in this game, for both the Kingman and also Snyder, they're going to have to figure out a way to generate some offense through their defense. Already a few pass deflections. If some of these ladies can jump in front of it, be on the receiving end of it, and turn it into points, that may be the difference.
Well, here's fourth down. Driscoll changes directions. Trying to get to the outside, but she is stopped shy of the end zone, and a player down in the field.
And that's Amaya Keeseth. You saw her trying to contain Driscoll in the pocket, and it looked like her leg just got stuck underneath her in an uncomfortable position. Hope that the senior is okay.
As you see both teams taking a knee as she gets checked down. Well, the Colts football development team helps recognize, educate, and develop the youth and high school football environment throughout all of Indiana. To learn more about football development opportunities and events, visit colts.com/football development. Well, she gets checked out on the field. Let's go ahead and recap how the beginning of the day started. It was Harrison and Snyder who started things off this morning. Snyder walking away with a 20-14 victory. Penn also took down Terre Haute style with final score 30-13. The next two games in the afternoon, it was Lawrence North who came out victorious over Munster, 48-34 the final. And then it was New Prairie who advanced with a win over Warren Central, 37-13. As I mentioned, Lawrence North and New Prairie facing off against each other over on field 3 behind us. As Amaya Keeseth is helped off the field limping. Taking a bad fall, trying to tackle quarterback Quinn Driscoll.
That's just the unfortunate part of the game sometimes. You're out here competing, as we talked about, the first ever flag football tournament here in the state of Indiana. Emotions are high, the desire to go make a play, and the last thing that you're ever even thinking about, nor do you want to happen, is the injury. So feel for Amaya, hope she's okay. But as she already started this game with her hair on fire, I'm sure she is going to be missed.
But a good defensive stop on the opening drive for Snyder following the interception. Quick toss to Hurst. Penn defense was all over it.
Two different approaches defensively. When you turned it over to the other side, when Penn was on offense, we see Snyder attacking them through the blitz, pressuring the quarterback, flushing Driscoll out of the pocket. When the Kingsmen are now on defense, they're sitting back in coverage, forcing Snyder to hurt them with the arm and through the air. And so far it's been working as they've kept him on this side of the 50.
Well, here's Jackson going in the air again. It was almost picked off yet again by Penn. That'll bring up third down.
Once again, that first down line being the next adjacent yellow line, wherever that may be on the field. So as we look down on the field, about 7 or 8 yards to get to that next first down if you're Snyder.
Here we go, third down. Jackson looking for options. Gonna take it to the outside, but overthrows her target in Grace Smith. Fourth down.
Had Grace Smith exactly where she wanted her, just Jackson could not get the throw on target, allowing Smith to run under it and potentially make a play.
So it looks like they are going to flip the field and take the punt here on fourth down. Now the team doesn't actually punt, but hopefully to push Penn a little bit further back, as they had some pretty comfortable field position on their opening drive following the interception.
Special teams showing its face in flag football as well, all about flipping the field. Don't give your defense a short field to defend when you can defer to punt it off to the other team and allow your defense to settle into this one as they've already started in backed up territory on their first drive.
Let's see what Penn can do here on their second drive. A little pitch to the outside with room to run, but a good stop by Miley Hurst. That was Logan Rumble, the senior, on the carry.
Some misdirection from the Kingsmen. You see Driscoll sending out some players to the left and then handing it off underneath to the right, going to Logan Rumble, and that's exactly what she did, rumbling for that first down on this offensive possession.
What do you like about the little extra creativity you can bring into the game in flag football?
Absolutely. This is your platform to show everyone that although flag football, there are still some football wrinkles and some competitive spirit going on.
And we see the double pass again. Cammie Bauer with the big play. And a first down for the Kingsmen.
Alexis Warner doing a nice job catching the football, understanding how quickly she has to get it to Bauer as Snyder and the Panthers are pursuing her on that flag rip, and able to get it to Bauer just in time, and that's back-to-back first downs for the Kingsmen.
Pass midfield for Penn. Looking to get on the scoreboard first here in the semifinal matchup. Pressure coming. Driscoll gets it out. Pass caught by Olivia Dawson. And I know you're supposed to avoid contact in flag football, but sometimes you do get a little mixed up with everyone.
When you get snagged on like Dawson just snagged over everyone, could not avoid the contact. But as you saw, the focus all the way down to the finish of her fall, just some great concentration to haul that one in and maneuver through the traffic.
And also exchanging the flags afterwards as well. Second down for Penn. Driscoll's going for it, and she's got a teammate there, but broken up. Talk about the defense from Snyder.
This is just simply staying in phase if you're Ariana Conklin. The receiver had it hauled in, but continuing to play through the catch of the offensive receiver. Conklin doing a nice job staying in phase, but also just being a heads-up football player, keeping points off of the board.
Preventing a Penn touchdown. Third down. Driscoll is going to run it. And her flag taken off, but is it just shy of the first down marker? It's Amaya Jackson who took down Driscoll.
How many times have we seen Driscoll just elude the pressure? Miley Hurst is probably one of the faster players on the field, but Driscoll's ability to manipulate her in the pocket, elude her, and get some positive yards while remaining in scoring distance.
And they're going to give them the first down. The handoff, the flip, and flag ripped off. We've seen that play before. Logan Rumble on the carry for the Kingsmen.
This is just an offense that has multiple layers to it. It's not just pass and completion from Driscoll to receivers. It's where is the second person coming behind for that pitch back now that we've seen a few times. So that's just not a creativity wrinkle. That is part of their identity.
This is where the Snyder defense came up strong on the opening possession. We'll see if Penn can get in the end zone. Here's Driscoll using her speed, but her flag ripped off short of the goal line by Amira Coomer.
The biggest thing that I see the Snyder Panthers have to do is keeping Driscoll in the pocket, not saying don't send pressure, but allow that pressure to come to balance and keep Driscoll, instead of breaking contain, being a playmaker, forcing her to throw the ball and find her targets down the field.
You see the pylon at the top of your screen. That's where Penn's trying to get to, but stops short. Olivia Dawson with the catch, and it's fourth down, but a flag on the field. Officials communicating with head coach Jeremiah Maggart if he wants to accept the penalty. Appears to be a penalty on Snyder. So half the distance to the goal for Penn. As you see, the clock still running here under the 10-minute mark in the first half. Can Penn capitalize here? Driscoll with time. Surveying to the end zone. It's caught. Touchdown, Kingsman. It's Alexis Warner who gets Penn on the board first.
Alexis Warner, the same one that got this offensive possession going, was the beneficiary of being a sacrificial lamb for her teammates, and it's rewarded with patience. And she's able to get the first score of this contest. Driscoll finding her in the middle of the teeth of the defense. Nice job by Warner.
They'll have to go for the 2-point conversion. Driscoll. It's good. Pass caught by Cammie Bauer. And it's Penn who strikes first here in the semifinal match.
It's a nice job by Penn on that touchdown drive, staying ahead of the chains the entire way down the field, not getting behind, having those multiple type of schemes in their arsenal to go to get them all the way down in the scoring position. And even when the Panthers made Driscoll a quarterback and made her stand in the pocket and find receivers, she was able to come through and get the first points on the board.
Well, let's see how Snyder and the Panthers can respond here. We see Maya Jackson. You see all of her receivers going deep. She's got plenty of time to work with, but she's going to opt for the short pass. And the defense was all over it. That was number 19, Amani Reed, credited with the tackle.
But if you notice, everyone going so far away from Amaya Jackson, really nowhere to maneuver in the middle of the defense on the intermediate route phase for this offense of Snyder. So everyone just needs to at least one or two receivers shortening their routes and the depths of it for Jackson to actually give them an opportunity.
And that's a first down pass caught by Amir Kumar.
It's always nice when the broadcast and the players on the field seem like they're in sync, because that's exactly what I was meaning by Amira Kumar, right there in the middle of the defense, underneath the high safety coverage and over the top of the underneath coverage, and it gets you your first down of the game.
Referees stopping play to adjust the flags. And it's first down for Snyder. The handoff. Miley Hurst using that speed, that agility. But her flag taken off by Olivia Dawson. But she's got a first down.
Miley, the same one that has been on the other side on defense trying to get to Driscoll, but this time playing keep away from all the Kingsmen defenders, does her nice hop in and hop out, accelerating for another first down for the Panthers.
Hurst with a ton of speed. She's also the point guard on the Snyder women's basketball team. Head coach Reggie Tharp, the coach of that team as well as his flag football team. Jackson trying to facilitate and nearly picked off. Good effort defensively by Olivia Dawson. It's third down.
It's all about the rhythm. By the time Jackson gets to the back of her drop with this zone coverage from the Kingsmen, that ball should be coming out right now. But the more you allow that defensive zone coverage to get set, the more they can key in on the football. As you see, another tip ball potentially leading to an interception opportunity.
Three receivers lining up on the near side. Jackson had a teammate open, but just a little bit out of the reach of Grace Smith.
Panthers getting exactly what they wanted. Grace Smith trying to get her involved as they did on their last offensive possession. Continue to have to look her way as she has been open early and often in this first half.
Jackson with the short pass, connects with Claire Roth, who's immediately taken down by Ariel Gunther. And there's fourth down. We'll see if Snyder will go for it here. Sitting at about midfield. They opted to punt on their last possession to give Penn some difficult field position, but it looks like they're going to go for it here. Jackson has thought about a few passes. She's going to go deep and nearly caught in and out of the hands of Zoe AK. That would have been a first down.
A lot of patience from Amaya Jackson, allowing the routes to develop, getting the defense off of their spot. Had AK in the end zone, toward the end zone, and just couldn't connect with her. Those are the missed opportunities that in this state championship game, in pursuit of a state championship, you have to execute those.
Well, the Penn defense has been stellar so far, keeping the Panthers off the board. And they'll regain possession just past midfield. They only have a few yards to go for the first down marker. We see Driscoll in this offense again with that double pitch. This time the defense was all over it. Miley Hurst ripping off the flat.
Every first play for the Kingsmen has been the same type of misdirection action into a lateral pitch into the second runner, just trying to get the defense flowing and moving a little bit before they identify how they want to attack.
Closing in on that 2-minute timeout. It is a running clock until we get to that 2-minute mark. Pressure coming at Driscoll, and she connects downfield for a big first down. Alexis Warner with the catch.
Anytime the Kingsmen have needed a big play, it's been the Driscoll and Warner connection that has gotten them through the storm.
This Penn offense has been moving in this first half, and they have a 7-0 lead over Snyder as we hit our 2-minute timeout.
Give me 3. Why are you here?
Knowing that, the women's involvement and as well as Flag's involvement in the game that we love is going to continue to grow and grow.
Now there are 17 sanctioned states in high school girls flag, and then you add on that it's going to be an Olympic sport at the next Olympics, which is huge. I think it's a really exciting time to jump in and be at the forefront of this.
1, 2, 3.
Did you know that 1 of every 5 adults in the U.S. experience a mental health condition every year? It's important to know they are common and treatable. In the sports world, mental health conditions impact 10 players on your favorite NFL team, 5 players on your favorite Major League Baseball roster, and 1 player in every NBA starting lineup. Mental health affects all of us and is nothing to be ashamed of. It's important to understand. It's important to listen. It's important to talk about.
2 minutes left here in the first half between Snyder and Penn. It's the Kingsmen with a 7-0 lead over the Panthers, and with a chance to score before the halftime break.
Anytime the Panthers have put the ball into Driscoll's hand, forcing her to make a decision, Driscoll has done nothing but come through and execute it at a high level, being a runner, being a playmaker with the football in her hands, finding Warner for the first touchdown of the game. She's been an assassin in the backfield so far for the Kingsmen. I expect nothing less as they continue to approach another scoring opportunity.
And this is a Penn team who averages 42 points per game, as we said at the top of the broadcast. But Snyder with an opportunity to hold them to 7 here could be huge, especially keeping it at arm's distance in the second half. Let's see if the Penn Kingsmen can execute in these final 2 minutes. Driscoll, pass off the fingertips and falls incomplete. Intended to her favorite target this afternoon, Alexis Warner.
In addition to those points that they've already scored for the Kingsmen, you talk about outscoring opponents 120-18 in sectionals. That's scoring a lot of points and letting up very little points. So them dominating so far in this one with another chance to go score is pretty on par for what they have already done to get to this point.
Second down. Receivers trying to find someone, and they do! Penn in the end zone yet again. And it's Marin Horvath who scores the second touchdown in the semifinals for Penn.
I think Horvath and Conklin both surprised that ball was thrown where it was thrown, but by the time Horvath turned around, she realized how close she was to go get more points, turned it upfield, and cashed in.
Trying to tack on another point here. Minute 30 on the clock. Driscoll to the corner, got up and got it. Logan Rumble. 14-0 Penn lead.
Rumble doing a nice job, gets into no man's land in the back of the end zone, provides a little bit of movement, allowing Driscoll to find her, and then high points the football and gets in for the conversion. The Kingsmen rolling thus far in this semifinal matchup.
We're calling all 5 and 14-year-olds. Colts Flag Football Leagues presented by Peyton Manning's Children's Hospital offers an accessible and developmental opportunities for those wanting to learn the game of flag football. With over 20 locations across Indiana, visit Colts.com/flag to learn more about the leagues near you and upcoming opportunities for Colts Flag football participants. The reverse. Defense all over it. Catherine Booker with the stop.
One thing that it's worth noting, the Kingsmen having enough to spell some offensive players as the defense travels out onto the field, and that not being the same reality for the Panthers of Snyder, so fatigue may very well be in the equation as we continue on.
Jackson got the ball off quick and connected with her receiver, Amira Coomer, for the first down.
Still plenty of time, 53 seconds left on the clock in this first half for the Panthers to go down and get some points and feel good about this first half despite the dominance from the Kingsmen.
Jackson trying to find an option, and she's going to overthrow it. Intended for Zoe Ake. Clock stops at 36 seconds, but a decent amount of time went off the clock on that down.
Good amount of time before Jackson even thought about trying to find a receiver downfield. Everyone still feeling so far away from Maya Jackson, the sophomore, trying to do the best that she can, but it's going to need some help from her receivers, making their way back to her, providing an outlet.
Jackson just a little too far out of the range of Grace Smith. That'll bring up third down. Good coverage from the Kingsmen. Trying to prevent any points from Snyder here in the first half. And it's picked off right into the hands of Catherine Booker. Caught everyone off guard.
Even everyone on the sideline for the Kingsmen, you're already in great position, have enough time to get a stop and potentially get some points, but just leave it into Booker's hands to be the defender that tips the ball to herself and gets the ball back in even better field position for the offense to still go for some more points before this half goes final.
Celebrations on the sidelines because now Penn has an opportunity to extend their lead with less than 20 seconds left. Time's coming down. Driscoll to the end zone and batted away. Great coverage from AK. And there's 1 second on the clock.
Just a lone second, as you said, Kelsey, to get one more play off. Driscoll trying to make sure that what she sees checks out once, twice, and 3 times before she let the football go. Don't mind the decision making because she still gives her team an opportunity at the end of this first half to get some more points with just that 1 second on the clock.
Last play for Penn here in half number 1. Driscoll with plenty of time, trying to find an open teammate, going for the end zone, and caught for the touchdown as time expires. Marin Horvath, touchdown number 2 of the game.
All about staying alive as the play goes on. Driscoll looking to be a playmaker. Horvath goes up and makes the catch despite Logan Rumble getting in the way, thinking that that football was actually for her. Great concentration from Horvath, hauling it in. The Kingsmen in striking distance and connected.
And looking for one more. They get it. They convert. Olivia Dawson with the catch, and it is a 21 lead for Penn at the halftime break. We're talking about shifting momentum towards the end of the first half. And suddenly, Penn is up 21-0 over Snyder at the halftime break. We'll have highlights and more coming up next. Stick with us on Colts.com.
GSSI profile complete.
How much sweat are you willing to lose? Because when you do that, you can surpass the hype. You can inspire generation after generation. You can compete against anything. So how much are you willing to lose? That's how you know. Hey now, say now. How much you willing to win? Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now.
You guys know who 99 is for the Colts? What's his name?
I want to be able to inspire our youths in the community and just having those interactions with those kids. I mean, it could go a long way.
You want to tackle me? I might take all of you guys to try to take
Growing
me
up,
down.
we never had the opportunity to have a lot of professional athletes, still camps, and I just wanted to be able to pay it forward each and every year. And you consistently see some familiar faces from over the past 5 years that we've done this, and obviously having a bunch of my teammates come out and support and create those interactions for them as well. I mean, it's been amazing, and giving back to community is, that's what Misty Ursay always did, One thing that I really did love, flag football. I mean, that game continues to grow, but that's actually initially how I started playing football. And going into the 2028 Olympics, flag football is going to be one of the sports competing for a gold medal. So just seeing that part of the game grow, and it's amazing. It's amazing for football and, obviously for the kids that love playing football.
1, 2, 3, go!
Back back inside Grant Park here in Westfield, Indiana for the semifinals of the girls flag football state championships presented by the Indianapolis Colts. Kelsey Casper along with Jared Thomas as Penn has a 21-0 lead over the Snyder Panthers at halftime. And Jared, just your overall impressions from the dominant performance we saw from Penn in the first half.
It doesn't matter if we're playing flag football or we transition to last night and it's the high school football. That football is the most important thing. And what I saw was Snyder gifting the Kingsmen 2 possessions, 2 interceptions thrown, leading to 14 points ultimately. So when you really break this game down with no interceptions, no blemishes on your record, as far as in that department, this game is really only 7-0. I'm sure you feel a lot better if you're Snyder going into halftime down 7-0 instead of 21, but that's the penalty that you pay when you give the other team the ball like they did with the Kingsmen.
A lot of defense turning into offense as we go ahead and take a look at some of the highlights from the first half. It was Quinn Driscoll, the quarterback, with a few touchdown passes, but really it was the defense, like you mentioned, to kick things off.
Macy Little coming up with a high-point interception. If you remember, it was a play or two before that where the defense had an opportunity to go for an interception and instead elected to do the pass deflection, but Little not doing the same and being a playmaker, intercepting it, getting her team the football, and this is where the offensive flurry started.
And Penn on the next drive just continued to work their way downfield offensively, and you see connecting in the end zone to Werner for the first score.
That was a target that Driscoll liked to find early and often in that first half, and it continued throughout the entirety of the half as well.
We saw some good plays, especially from Miley Hurst, running back, using her speed, but Snyder just unable to get downfield as we see the second touchdown. Driscoll connecting with Horvath for touchdown number 2. And then it was this one, Logan Rumble for the extra point.
And then it was this play right here, Catherine Booker, their senior. You watched how the sideline reacted to when she got that interception, a critical point in the game, 21 seconds left on the clock. The play before that touchdown pass took 20 seconds, and it was just 1 second left before the Kingsmen were able to punch in another score before the first half was in the books.
Momentum quickly shifting entirely to Penn towards the end of that first half, and that is where they have their 21-0 lead over Snyder. About 30 seconds left in the halftime break as we get ready to kick off second half action. Lawrence North and New Prairie facing off against each other. Behind us on field number 3, the winner of these 2 games will face off in the state championship. First one ever in girls flag football in the state of Indiana. That one right here on Colts.com at 6 o'clock. So lots on the line here for both of these teams fighting for that final spot. But Snyder now, you got 24 minutes to work with here. What do you want to see more of from Snyder in the second half?
I think them just being connected offensively as we get a look into the other semifinal matchup with Lawrence North being up 10 as that second half just got kicked off. Kelsey, you and I will have the championship game here in less than an hour and a half, so excited for that one as we get going for the second half of our matchup. But honestly, if you're Snyder, I'm really just looking for everyone to stay connected to Amaya Jackson. Receivers just going way too far, burying themselves into the back of the defense for the Kingsmen, really providing no outlet for them to exploit this zone defense that Penn has been showing. So if they can find some ways to attack the middle underneath coverage just over the top and eyes of the underneath coverage by the linebackers in the middle, I think they can have some fortune offensively.
Well, they'll have to start on defense here in the second half. Penn with the ball to kick things off here. 24 minutes left in the semifinal. They fake the second pitch. Cammie Bauer on the carry for a short gain and just short of the first down marker.
As I talked about in the first half, that is head coach Jeremiah Maggart starting every possession with a run play. Running the football, getting the defense's eyes in the backfield, still presenting a threat to run, and then getting into the passing game.
And Driscoll will get into the pass game here. Quick pass to Olivia Dawson before her flag is ripped off by Amaya Jackson. Second down. And you can see on the sidelines, this is a Penn team with lots of players, 25 players dressing. And talking to Jeremiah Maggard, the head coach, he had 42 players try out to be on the first ever Penn girls flag football team. Impressive turnout. Lots of young women wanting to learn the sport of football and be on this team that has a shot at going to a state final. With time, connecting, Lauren Petrus with the reception. Had to go back and get it before her flag's ripped down.
The turnout that Coach Maggard had for his crew as far as numbers with the tryouts, I think is pretty hand in hand for what the Indianapolis Colts were trying to do with this whole concept of getting more education, getting more opportunities for these young ladies to just learn and play the great game of football. And I think it's been a success story thus far with some more exciting play to come up.
Batted away. Jackson on the defensive end, forcing a third down.
But if you're Amaya Jackson, those are the plays that it's not just good enough to bat it down. Go be a playmaker. Instead of batting it down, intercept that football because you had nothing but green turf in front of you for potentially your first points of the game for your team. With that running clock going, any opportunity you get, have to take advantage.
Third down. Going deep. And nearly picked off, and a flag comes flying in. They're going to call pass interference on Snyder.
One of the key components of this flag football game is minimizing the amount of contact. Anywhere on the field, official felt like there got too much level of physicality and have to stay true and call it how you see it.
Tough penalty for Snyder as Penn inches closer to the first down marker, and it is first down. Only about 7 yards to go. Here's the reverse. Bauer on the carry, flag ripped off. Grace Smith with the stop.
From one side of the field to the other, Grace Smith, as you see her run across the formation, the pursuit inside out to take the proper angle to get that flag. That's outstanding effort right there from Smith. Hasn't been able to find any receptions for some formidable yards on offense, but doing her part defensively.
Driscoll patient. Going to the outside. And it's caught! Olivia Dawson, after the tip, able to secure it for a big first down.
I mentioned it just a few plays ago, Amaya Jackson going up and trying to catch that football, and I think she was trying to be a defender and get up with the interception, but Olivia Dawson, the second effort, the concentration to then haul that in after it was tipped up in the air. She's on fire, along with the other Kingsmen so far for this offense.
Stack on the left side of the field. Here's the carry. Can she make it into the end zone? It's a touchdown for Penn. Logan Rumble with the carry to extend the Kingsmen's lead.
All it really means for head coach Jeremiah Maggard when I say he elects to run the football is it has to be a threat for plays like that. Kingsman doing a nice job. Logan Rumble just getting and outflanking the entire Snyder defense, as you can see. Just the burst, the flag just not even in reach, outruns everyone, makes it all the way into the end zone for another score for the Kingsmen.
First rushing touchdown of the game for Penn. Good coverage from Snyder. And it's caught and brought in. Extra point for Cammie Bauer. And it's a 28-0 lead for Penn.
Some serious chemistry going on between Driscoll and all of her receivers, not afraid to spread the wealth to everyone because everyone touches the football, which is exactly why they are up 28-0 in this second half.
It looks like a timeout being called on the field. Well, the IHSAA and Indianapolis Colts have teamed up to highlight the top high school officiating crews in Indiana this season. Congratulations to Mark Hopper's crew for being named the September Crew of the Month for Indiana. To learn more about IHSAA officiating, visit ihsaa.org/becoming-official. Girls flag football also looking to become an official IHSAA sport. Right now, girls flag football is an emerging sport. They had 78 schools competing this season across the state of Indiana. This is their first ever postseason. They started this league 2 years ago with just 8 teams across the state. In 2024, they expanded to 27, and now this year, 78. Inching closer on their road to 100 and inching closer to being a fully sanctioned sport by the IHSAA.
That threshold being 100 schools must compete while in emerging sport status. So as you said, sitting at 78, just looking to get 22 more schools to be IHSAA sanctioned. And I'm sure when everyone turns on these state championship weekend highlights and game film, they're going to be another team that gets added to the list and finally gets them over that 100 team threshold.
You can tell and you can see the growth just in the numbers from schools competing. Certainly it won't be too long until this is a fully sanctioned sport. Across the middle, pass caught. Jackson connecting with Kumar for a first down.
That's exactly what I was looking for Snyder to do. Not a lot of waiting and delayed trying to get the ball down the field for Jackson, but hit your target as soon as you get to the back of your drop, and the routes being matched with that.
To the outside, it's another first down. Caught by AK, and Snyder's moving downfield.
It's all about the rhythm in the pocket from Jackson. As you can see, what we saw in the first half was a lot more delayed reactions, delayed decisions, getting in the back of her drop and then taking forever and a day to get it to her receivers. On this drive, not so much. Catch, snap, get the ball out.
Here comes the pressure. Jackson's going to have to use her legs. She finds some room before her flag gets taken off, and a penalty flag comes down on the field. Jackson was knocked to the ground.
Maddie Thompson for the Kingsmen, a bit confused as Jackson's flag was pulled well before, as you can see, that flag being picked up, just because that flag was pulled well before contact ever really took place. So there was really no need for a penalty for excessive physical contact.
Here's Jackson, another quick throw, and another pass caught. Again, it's Kumar. She leads this team in receiving yards this season. And this is the closest Snyder has been all game to finding the end zone.
Coach Reggie Tharp saw some things that could be better in the second half. They've now executed on it, and there's still plenty of time left in this. Just have to punch this in for points.
And Jackson snap. Haley Savannah was all over it.
Didn't send any pressure in the first half. This time in this second half, back-to-back blitzes by the Kingsmen, and Savannah gets in for the sack back behind the line of scrimmage.
Quick pass. Kumar again. Jackson connecting well with her favorite target. It's third down. Snyder needing to find the end zone. Here's the snap. Pressure comes. And pass just a little bit too behind Kumar that time. It's 4th down.
It looked like Amaya Jackson threw that a little bit quicker than she really wanted to, trying to find the receiver that she's connected well with on this drive. But she lived to see another down, trying to get a score for the first points of the game.
They'll go to the corner of the end zone, and pass incomplete. Zoe AK, the intended target, just can't hang on for the score.
By far the best drive for the Panthers. Got in rhythm early and often, kept riding that rhythm throughout the entirety of that drive, unable to score points. But if they can get a stop and get that rhythm going back again, I think they like their chances to get some points on the board.
Maddie Thompson in coverage for Penn on that play. But certainly, like you said, that was the best we have seen from Snyder in this game. Trailing 28-0 here. Can their defense go to work against this dominant Kingsman offense? Driscoll, short pass to Warner. Makes a defender miss, and she gets the first down.
Warner with back-to-back touchdown grabs in that first half. Hasn't needed to step into the forefront so far in the second half because you have so many other weapons that you can go to if you are quarterback Quinn Driscoll, but goes back to one of her favorite receivers, getting another positive play on first down and the first play of the drive.
On the handoff, flag ripped off by Layla Edwards. Under 15 minutes left to play here in the second half. It's a pretty tight game across the field. Lawrence North with a 16-12 lead over New Prairie. They have less than 10 minutes to work with. The winner on that field will play the winner here in the state championship following this game. Driscoll's pass is caught by Cammie Bauer, who seemed to at the last second put her hands out for the grab.
Wasn't even looking at the football, Kelsey. Surprised herself that she even caught it. Driscoll with the ultimate trust. Throw your hands out there if you're Cammie Bauer and be an athlete.
You mentioned athlete. These young women have been after it in the weight room, specifically talking with the Penn head coach, Jeremiah Maggart. He said he's proud of the way that they get after it in the weight room. They're lifting, they're getting stronger, they're becoming athletes, also multi-sport athletes. Driscoll using her legs. Taken down by Jackson. And that'll bring up 4th down. Running clock is ticking.
Coach Maggart electing to take the delay of game to push that field position back, technically on the punt. Just playing the field position game, something that is very familiar for those that pay attention to the outdoor game. Sometimes it's better to take the yards through penalties so you work with more on your punt. Same thing here, just the punt not going through the air, just the referees traveling down to spot it manually.
So 11 minutes left in this semifinal matchup between Snyder and Penn. Panthers have yet to find the end zone, but we just saw their best drive of the game on their last possession. We'll see if they can execute here with the clock winding down in the second half. they'll spot the ball just about 1 yard to go for the first down. Here's the pressure. Jackson up in the air and nearly intercepted in and out of the hands of Macy Little. What would have been her second INT of the day.
At that point, we would have had to call her Macy Ball Hawk because that would have been number 2 on the day. She saw all of the grass in front of her, the turf, and was looking forward to turning another interception into a massive return.
Second down, about a yard to go. Pressure comes. Jackson's going to use her legs to get the first down and a little bit more. As she goes crashing into the Kingsmen.
Seeing Jackson turn into more of a runner in this half simply because there's been more pressure dialed up by the Kingsmen. And I think Jackson has done a nice job eluding it, showing her athleticism from the quarterback position.
Quick release, and pass is caught for another first down. Amir Coomer with the reception, and it's back-to-back first down, similar to what we saw on the previous drive.
Quick decisions, don't have to think about it much, but just Jackson delivering a dot to Coomer, allowing her to still catch it and become a runner.
Jackson across the middle of the field, and this time Little has it. Spins and taken down by Jackson. But Macy Little, or what did you call her, Macy Ballhog?
Macy Ballhog.
Second INT of the day.
Anytime that football goes up in the middle of the field, actually anywhere on the field, expect Macy to be barreling down on the football, is almost able to spin out of the flag, taking attempt and turn it into points. But Macy Little showing the skill set once again.
Three interceptions from this Penn defense this afternoon. Earlier today, Penn defeated Terre Haute South 30-13, and they're looking to shut out Snyder here in the semifinals and secure their spot, the first ever girls flag football state championships. 7:50 left to go. Pressure comes on Driscoll, and flag ripped off by Grace Smith.
Shows you the type of challenge that you're up against when you're going against the Kingsmen and all of the weapons that Driscoll has to get the football to, because this is a Snyder defense that was only allowing 6 points per game on defense. And the Kingsmen scored 7 points very early into the first half, and it's been an onslaught ever since. So just a bit of a different challenge than what the Snyder Panthers have seen the rest of the season here today against the Kingsmen.
Driscoll connects with her receiver, Olivia Dawson, cutting across the middle of the field. That'll bring up third down. About 14 yards to go for Penn. Flag is thrown. Appears to be a penalty on the offense.
Delay a game, not false start. This signal there from the official, but this official crew doing a nice job cleaning the actual call up.
Here's the snap, third down. A lot of room to go. Driscoll not going to get far. Good coverage again from Grace Smith. Fourth down.
Grace Smith just all over the field for the Panthers defensively. Her pursuit to the ball carrier time and time again. She's collected a lot of flags here today in this semifinal matchup.
She certainly has. And Snyder will call a timeout. That'll stop the clock at about 5:25. Again, it is a running clock until the final 2 minutes of the game. Snyder, a second-year program, and talking with head coach Reggie Tharp before the game, he said year one was basically just trial and error, getting through it, but certainly having an extra year under your belt gives you a little bit of an advantage compared to a lot of these programs who are just starting fresh this season. But he said this year, a lot of it was just adjusting to the rules, getting these young women comfortable playing the game of football, so they got that settled, and that was certainly the biggest adjustment going into year 2 of the program, was just figuring it all out. A lot of newness for this program.
And despite what's gone on for them thus far in today's semifinal matchup, when you make it this far, you obviously did something correct. So just a huge tip of the cap to Coach Tharp and his staff, getting those young ladies ready for the moment today, because when it's the first of anything, as we already talked about, there's going to be a bevy of emotions that you're going to feel. And I think they've done a nice job adjusting to that. It's just sometimes you meet a better team or a team that executes more on a day that matters the most. And I think that's the only thing that's separating them from playing some of their better ball here today and what they've done this season.
And certainly making this far in the state tournament spreads the good word around Snyder and their program, probably encouraging some other young women to come out for the team next year and grow their numbers. Good speed from Miley Hurst as she gets the first down.
7 players on the field, and when you look over to their sideline, they don't even have as many substitutions. So when you think about the numbers that Coach Maggard talked about he having for all the tryouts for the Kingsmen compared to what Coach Tharp has, there is a difference in numbers, which you feel like has to impact the actual total outcome and performance of your team as you go further in this tournament.
Like I mentioned, a lot of these young women multi-sport athletes, we will see a lot of these Snyder players on the basketball court in just about a month, as Reggie Tharp is also the head coach for the girls basketball team, a team that has won sectionals 4 years in a row. Jackson's going deep with it and overthrows her intended target of Smith. Again, still a close game on the other field. They've got less than 2 minutes to go. Score stays the same. It's a 4-point lead for Lawrence. And Hurst's flag is ripped down short of the line of gain.
Before Miley Hurst could even think about getting downhill for just the 1 yard that they needed for the first down, there was just an array of Kingsmen defenders waiting for her at the first down to gain yard line, and there was no way they were going to leave where their feet were planted without Hurst's flag, and that's exactly what they did, creating a turnover on downs, giving their offense the ball back.
Penn flips the field. Can they tack on a few extra points here with the clock running down in the semifinal game? Driscoll to the end zone, just out of reach of her intended target of Cammie Bauer.
And if you didn't see, that ball dropped right in the bread basket for Bauer. Just was not able to connect her eyes with the football, tracking it in the air to make the adjustment. But what a throw from Driscoll. As you can see here on the back end of the replay, that ball drops right in the arms of Bauer. It's pinpoint precision there from Driscoll.
The handoff, the pitch, and flag ripped down by Hurst. That was Bauer on the carry. And that'll bring us to the 2-minute warning. Well, Penn has run away with this semifinal game. They are up 28-0 over Snyder, looking to secure their spot in the state championships.
He's got one man to beat. He may go 10-5, touchdown. We said this out. Rainbow down the right side lane. Underneath that is Alec Pierce. Touchdown. That pass is intercepted by Kenny Moore. Josh Downs, touchdown. I-N-D-Y.
Caitlin, I'm here to show you all the best places in Indy, like the Peyton Manning Children's Hospital ER.
Great place to go for a fever, am I right?
Or a common cold. Get it? Like a common cold? Tough crowd.
Can I have an autograph?
Of course.
Caitlin, it kind of seems like you already know your way around.
A little, but my name's not on the hospital yet.
Peyton Manning Children's Hospital, a new and expanded ER to serve more of Indiana's kids.
Colt, like cold. That's the joke, right?
Back from the 2-minute warning, Penn with the ball looking to tack on some extra points here in the semifinal game against Snyder. They boast a 28-0 lead over the Panthers, as they have just been nothing short of dominant here in their performance in Westfield, Indiana at Grant Park. The first ever girls flag football state championships presented by the Indianapolis Colts. And it appears the Kingsmen are going to advance to the state championship game, taking place right after this one at 6 o'clock. Still waiting to hear who they will be facing, whether it will be Lawrence North or New Prairie. Tight game over in the field behind us. Lawrence North with the small lead over New Prairie. As we get a look into this game, 16-12 with 26 seconds left to go. We'll see if Lawrence North can hang on. Penn, on the other hand, running away with this one. On third down, Driscoll looking for her teammate, but it's picked off. Intercepted by number 5, Amir Kumar. And a positive note for the Snyder defense.
I'm sure it helps if you're coach Jeremiah Maggard, where the first mistake that you really make in this one is when the game is already decided. I felt like Quentin Driscoll just threw that one up, hoping that Olivia Dawson was going to come down with it, but not before Coomer could track that one and get the ball flipped back to her team. But nonetheless, the Kingsmen doing a nice job outside of one play. I'd take it too if I were up 28-0 in deciding fashion with just under 2 minutes to go.
And since we're under 2 minutes, clock will stop. Pass is incomplete, intended for Coomer. Great turnout here inside Grant Park. The semifinal matchup. There were 4 games earlier this morning. Munster fell to Lawrence North. Warren Central lost to New Prairie. But 8 teams advancing from sectionals taking place all across the state, getting to come here, be a part of this fantastic facility by the Indianapolis Colts. The pass is caught and hit hard. Flag comes flying. Grace Smith with the grab. But she was hit hard by the defense.
Once again, trying to keep all of the physicality at bay as we go throughout these flag football games and this semi-state matchup between the two of these teams. And it looks like the flag was picked up as an automatic first down for the Panthers.
Jackson serving her options. Moving the offense. And pass is caught. Zoe AK down the sideline is going to find the end zone for the first score for the Panthers in this matchup.
Amaya Jackson doing some traffic directing as you saw her telling AK, hey, move out to your left just a little bit. They caught the intercepting getter, Macy Little, sleeping, trying to attack the football, but AK turned just in time, kept possession, and scurried for the touchdown. First points for Snyder. 1:15 left to go.
For the extra point. Pass caught by Kumar, but her flag ripped down just short of the goal line. So 28-6 the score with 1:15 remaining in this game, but good momentum from Snyder, ending this game on a positive note, ending this season journey with a score in the end zone.
You felt like it was only a matter of time, the way they attacked offensively these few possessions that they've had in the second half, that they were going to find the end zone. I know they would have liked it to happen about 14 minutes ago, but that not being the case, you have to live with what happened in this one and what just happened, but at least you got on the board. Has to be a welcome sight for all these seniors in the first official state tournament here at Grand Park, and what they've been able to do this season. A welcome sight for all those in attendance for the Panthers.
AK also had a touchdown pass, or excuse me, touchdown catch in game one as well. She's going home with 2 scores. Driscoll gets the snap and hands it off. A first down run for Harper Rumble. .47 seconds left on the clock. As clock starts running. Again, handing off to Rumble on the ground as both of her flags get ripped down. And I think that will do it. As the clock winds down, it's Penn who is heading to the first ever girls flag football state championship game. 28-6, the final score over Snyder. Jared, your thoughts on this Penn performance as they secured their spot in the championship?
3 interceptions in their favor. If you're the Kingsmen, turnovers usually, when you win that battle, you have a great opportunity to win. That's exactly what they were able to do. 3 interceptions, 3 scores. That is a direct reflection of that score you see on your screen, 28-6. And 21 of those points came off of turnovers and what their defense was able to do against this Snyder Panther offense. Congratulations to those young ladies and to Coach Jeremiah Maggard.
And congratulations to Snyder on a fantastic season making this far. But it's Penn who's still dancing in search of their first ever state title. Well, we thank you for tuning in to the semifinal match of the Girls Flag Football State Championships presented by the Indianapolis Colts. My partner, Jared Thomas, and myself, Kelsey Casper, will be on the call for the championship right after this at 6 o'clock Eastern, where Penn will either take on Lawrence North or New Prairie for the state title right here on Colts.com.
Before the game, stop by American Family Insurance Touchdown Town, a free pregame and entertainment area for fans of all ages. Located on the north end of Lucas Oil Stadium along South Street. American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.
We welcome you into Grant Park in Westfield, Indiana, the site of this year's first ever Indiana Girls State Flag Football Championships presented by the Indianapolis Colts. I'm Kelsey Casper, thrilled to be joined by Jared Thomas for the first ever championship game in girls flag football. It's the Lawrence North Wildcats taking on the Penn Kingsmen. Both of these teams have already played 2 games today and fought their way to the state title matchup. And Jared, how cool of a moment is it for these young women to be a part of not only the first ever postseason, but be in the first state final in flag football?
It goes right in line with what the Indianapolis Colts had in mind when they wanted to be a part of this movement. And it really just is about bringing people together from all walks of life, something that has been able to galvanize all communities, giving these young ladies an opportunity to compete playing football via flag football. And now, what do you know? You have a state championship final for the first time ever here in the state of Indiana.
And you touched on it, the support that they have received from the Indianapolis Colts. The $100 million donation to grow this sport has been instrumental in its development.
It's something that is changing right now before our eyes. This sport will continue to change. It's going to be in the Olympics at some point in time. So it's just the Indianapolis Colts buying into that vision for the long haul and saying, hey, we're going to take ownership of that, encourage teams to join in. And once again, where it is right now is going to look a lot different in the next 2 or 3 years and the coming years after that, just because it starts with the little mustard seed and then that thing grows over time into something way bigger than what anyone could ever imagine.
Well, excited to see the future, but also excited to see these two teams match up against each other. We're just moments away from the state championship between Lawrence North and Penn. We'll step aside right here on Colts.com, but girls flag football action when we come back.
What's up, everyone? It's Zaire Franklin, Global Flag Ambassador and linebacker for the Indianapolis Colts. Girls flag football is officially an emerging sport in Indiana, but we need your help getting it to the next level. To make girls flag a sanctioned sport, we need 100 schools participating. Want to get your school involved? Visit Colts.com/girlsflag.
Wildcats gearing up for their state championship matchup against the Penn Kingsmen. As I mentioned, both of these teams have already played 2 games today. Penn came away with a win over Terre Haute South and then just beat Snyder in the semifinals. Lawrence North started the day with a dominant performance over Munster and then ran away with a win over New Prairie to punch their ticket into this final game. Lawrence North will start on offense, Penn on defense. As a reminder, a running clock here in flag football. 2 24-minute halves. Clock stops at 2 minutes. First play is a pass, and it's complete to Priam Mibbs. Both teams looking to get to that yellow line. Those are the first down markers.
Goes from about the 10-yard line to the 30-yard line, and then from the 30-yard line to midfield, and the same thing on the other side. So those are going to be the distances to get you the next first down as we get things kicked off here in the state championship final.
This Lawrence North offense is led by their freshman quarterback, Heaven Beard. She hands it off to Jada Wheat, their running back, before she is stopped by Chloe Klein.
For those joining us in for tonight's action in the state final, this is a team in the Penn Kingsmen that in the last game that we had with them against the Snyder Panthers forced 3 turnovers, and in those 3 turnovers via interceptions, they scored on all 3 of them. And then for this Lawrence North team, tied up at 16-12 in their favor against New Prairie, ended up scoring late in that game, but that is a game where Heaven Beard, the quarterback, was able to throw 2 touchdowns and then also got a pick 6 on the defensive end. So the 2 forces meeting in the middle. I think we have the best 2 teams here going up against each other tonight.
She's trying to find a teammate here, and it is caught, nearly picked off, but into the hands of Wheat. And it's a first down for the Wildcats.
One thing that Heaven Beard will learn pretty quickly is Macy Little, and that time it was not Little, it was actually 13, Aaliyah Dawson. Olivia Dawson that was right in the middle of this defense for the Kingsmen. But this is a defense for Beard that's going to have to be on high alert, because if you throw reckless footballs into the air, they do more times than not come down with them.
They're going to go for it, but it's picked off. Intercepted by Olivia Dawson. And just like last game, Penn defense starting out with a bang.
Olivia Dawson on the play before, similar to the game that we had, a pass deflection the play before, and then not too long after the defense gets an interception. It just so happened to be the same exact player going up, high pointing the football, getting a turnover to start this one off.
I think Florence North is going to learn quickly how talented of a defense this Kingsman team is, because we saw last game, they didn't bring too much pressure on the quarterback, didn't blitz too much, but downfield, they were picking off balls left and right.
It was just keeping everything in front of them, sort of a high zone, 3-4 defenders across, allowing the offense to take advantage of everything in front of them, and then being aggressive once that ball reaches the climax in the air.
Now we get to see our first look at this Penn offense and quarterback Quinn Driscoll. First play, she hands it off to Logan Rumble for a minimal gain. Rumble had a touchdown, the lone rushing touchdown for Penn back in the second half of their semifinal game. Pressure's coming. Driscoll will run it. Still up. Finally, her flag is grabbed by Lanaya Gaines.
A bit of a different monster for the Kingsmen with this Lawrence North team. A lot more bodies, more athleticism. These are all former basketball, softball, and track athletes that have now translated their athleticism onto the football field for this flag football state championship game.
Short pass completed to Alex Werner. That was a target Driscoll really liked in that first half.
Two back-to-back touchdowns just before the half in their semifinal matchup. So that connection was clicking on all cylinders early in the game when they really started to create some separation against the Panthers.
And the defense from Lawrence North forcing a fourth down. So that will flip the field and Wildcats will take over. So instead of punting it, this basically serves as a punt. And the referees will bring it back downfield for the Wildcats to take over on their second drive.
That ball is always going to be placed on the 14-yard line. Important to note, because in our last game, we actually had a delay of game on a punt attempt where the Kingsmen took a delay of game, and instead of being on the 14, the ball was actually on the 19-yard line. So important to know that initial starting point of the 14 in punting situations.
Pressure comes. Really getting a look at the speed from Beard as she scrambles for a first down. Heaven Beard on the season has thrown for 32 touchdowns coming into today, also running for 4.
It's important to know that Heaven Beard grew up playing actual football with the guys in the neighborhood, so this is not someone that is going to shy away from the moment or needing someone to step in and make a play. She understands concepts, she understands how football should be played, so this is not too big of a stage for Beard.
2 rushers come, but the pass is caught. And flag immediately ripped off. That time it was Kenira Ridley with the reception.
As you can see, the Kingsmen, they have 2 defenders back and high, allowing the rest of the underneath defenders to roam a little bit, to match up as they see fit or to zone off depending on what formation they get from the offense. Keep an eye on that as they continue to keep Lawrence North in front of them.
Beard looking for options, directing traffic, and the pass is caught for a first down. Abrielle Alexander with the catch for the Wildcats as they move the chains.
similar to what we saw from the Snyder Panthers in the previous game in our semifinal matchup. Too many times receivers are going down and essentially just burying themselves side by side with the defense instead of making themselves available underneath the coverage and timing that with the actual drop of the quarterback, finding rhythm throws down the field, something that Lawrence North is going to have to do.
Beard fakes the handoff, takes a shot at the end zone, and touches the fingertips of Abril Alexander, but falls incomplete.
And I'll be honest, Kelsey, that was a rocket as a right-handed quarterback like Heaven is going to her left, trying to find Alexander down the left sideline to be able to flip her hips and get the ball as far as she did. That was impressive. Surprised that Alexander was not able to come down with that one.
She overthrew her.
She did. She did. Had every opportunity to connect.
So it's second down, ways to go. Wheat hands it back to Beard. She'll run it, but a good stop defensively. Chloe Klein holding up the flag in the air.
It's always an emphatic raise of the hand once the flag is captured to let everyone know, hey, that spot stops right here, because this is the exact point in which the flag was snatched.
Direct snap back to Beard. She's gonna take another shot. She's got a teammate open. Pass caught just shy of the goal line. Alexander this time able to bring the ball in for a big first down.
It's all about the timing. Wheat got back to the top of her drop, and Alexander timed the route perfectly, just running it in front of Klein's face. Wheat timed the ball perfectly. Alexander came down with it, and seeing something that we didn't see in that first game with the Kingsmen. It's the opponent marching into scoring territory with an opportunity to go up early.
Beard. And it's intercepted. Picked off in the end zone by Macy Little. Coming in and just taking the ball out of the opponent's hands.
So much of what Lawrence North has done has been in the hands of Heaven Wheat and what she's been, Heaven Beard, with what she's been able to do at the quarterback position. But she has not run into Macy Little. That's now 3 interceptions in 2 games and still counting, because this one just got started.
So Penn will take over, and they keep points off the board for the Wildcats. We see that double pitch down the far sideline. It's Rumble on the carry.
Coach Maggard making the Wildcats defend the run like we saw in that semifinal matchup. The running game is going to be a factor for the Kingsmen. It's just a way to keep the defense honest and not just key in on Driscoll dropping back as a passer.
Driscoll, quarterback keeper, first down. Stopped by Iana Clancy.
You force Driscoll's hand to become a runner. She's shown time and time again that's exactly what she can do. Watched her interact with some of her family in between games from the semifinal to the final, and the family young lady that she is, she's handing out some serious work as a competitor in this final game.
She'll take off again. Gain of a couple of yards, second down. This Penn team is undefeated on the year so far. Came in today 10-0, have now improved to 12-0. Pressure comes, pass complete. Logan Rumble again. Flag ripped off by Lanaya Gaines.
Wildcats not allowing too much wiggle room once these Kingsmen are able to catch the football and turn up the field. By the time they do that, defenders are swarming to snatch those flags.
Third down. Kingsmen got to get about 10 yards. They bring the pressure, but it doesn't affect Driscoll. All the way into the end zone, it's Lauren Petrus for the Penn touchdown.
A receiver that we hadn't seen in the semifinal matchup is able to spin out of the tackle attempt and then elude another defender and gets in for the touchdown in dramatic fashion. All of the Kingsmen supporting cast here in the stands and on the sideline, excited for their crew to strike again offensively, going up 6-0 on the Wildcats.
Driscoll taking off. She's in. Extra point is good for Penn. And the Kingsmen strike first here in the first half.
Once again, all of the points, the majority of the points, that is now 35 points in 2 games in the last couple of hours. 28 of those points have come off of turnovers. That just shows you what this defense can do and how it has led to offense thus far in championship time for the Penn Kingsmen.
The Kingsmen on the season averaging a state-high 42 points per game on offense. They have executed so far on this Saturday. Evan Beard taking a long shot downfield. Make that interception number 2. Olivia Dawson coming down with it, and it's another turnover for Lawrence North.
All this defense is doing is just daring Heaven Beard to throw the ball downfield and banking on their athletes being better than Lawrence North's. And what I would say, in as many possessions, it's been 3 turnovers created by this defense for the Kingsmen.
We need an interception tracker for this Penn's team.
That's now 6. And still counting.
Is that 3 in this game?
Yes.
I missed one. See, I need a tracker. Driscoll, downfield. It's caught. It's Dawson. Getting it done on both sides of the field for Penn.
Very simple formula for Quinn Driscoll. If you're going to play off and allow me to pick you apart with my arm, then I can find Olivia Dawson down the field, high pointing right on your head top, Lawrence North. Outstanding job, and almost is able to rumble for some more yards for another score for the Kingsmen.
The handoff. Cammie Bauer on the run. Just shy of the goal line. About 3 yards to go. Driscoll finds Dawson, and it's a touchdown. What a couple massive plays by junior Olivia Dawson. The interception, a huge catch, and now a touchdown.
Seems fitting that Olivia Dawson gets the first interception, the third interception, another big catch on this drive, and then caps it off with a touchdown reception from Quinn Driscoll.
Trying to get the extra point. Driscoll can't find anyone, but patient with it. Connects with Petrus in the corner.
If you're going to play man-to-man coverage in flag football, you better be ready for a marathon, because it's all about nonstop movement, and that's exactly what Penn did here why they were able to break free at the very end. Driscoll finding another target in Petrus in the back of the end zone for the extra point, going up 14-0.
2 scores in a matter of a few minutes for Penn, who is starting out this state championship game with a lot of momentum. We'll see how the Wildcats and freshman Heaven Beard respond. She'll take a short pass. They give it back to Beard. She takes off. She has a first down. Little crafty move from the offense.
Creativity, a word that you said in our previous game, going behind the line of scrimmage pass right back into Beard's hands, showing the athleticism to get the first down.
Beard in their last game had 2 passing touchdowns. Trying to find the end zone for the first time in this game. Fakes the handoff, goes over the defense. Pass caught by Jocelyn Ample.
The one thing that you can't do is lose sight and focus on what you were able to do before you threw one of those interceptions if you're Lawrence North, and that was big plays all the way down the field, finding Alexander, getting yourself in goal-to-goal situation, not able to punch it in, but it gives you the confidence, understanding that you got down there. So that can take.
And we're back here in the state championship. Apologize for some technical difficulties. Right now there's under 7 North, 14-0. Well, as high school girls flag football continues to grow, the Colts are continuing to support the startup and development of new programs through financial grants and equipment donations. To get your school involved, visit colts.com/girlsflag. So it is actually second down for the Wildcats, only about 4 yards to go. Evan Beard looking for options. Penalty flag is thrown, and the pass goes in and out of the hands of Aaron Cannon.
But that was just Heaven Beard not understanding or knowing where she was on the field. A yard after midfield was the line of scrimmage, and she had a legal forward pass position as she was still trying to find some receivers down the field. So just a lack of awareness by Lawrence North on that second down attempt.
So the penalty will push him back 5 yards.
Third down attempt, I'm sorry.
Beard. Pass goes incomplete. Ridley had 2 defenders around her, and Penn forces a 4th down.
There's 3 layers to this Kingsman defense. There's the initial line of scrimmage defenders. There's 1 defender in the middle as the second layer, and then it's the 3rd layer of safety help over the top. And just for whatever reason, teams aren't taking advantage of rhythm throws, which is simply just getting the ball as a quarterback and letting it go by the time those receivers get past that second line of defense. Instead, they elect to just run down and wait for Heaven Beard to find them, but they just haven't had success in that department thus far.
That ended up being a big penalty that affected what started as a great drive for Lawrence North. Instead, the Kingsmen take over. Pass downfield is somehow caught and pulled down by Dawson. Olivia Dawson has just been everywhere in this state final game.
She just will not be denied. You throw that football up, you can bank on Olivia Dawson going up to get it. And even some resistance from Heaven Beard, it still was not enough. Impressive effort thus far by Dawson on both offense and defense.
Here's the handoff. Bauer with some speed on the outside. She's still up. Touchdown, Kingsman. Penn fans loving what they're seeing from this offense.
I would love it too if you see how many attempts that they tried to get her flag and just had no luck. Bauer taking it all the way on the handoff, getting everyone involved here in Grant Park.
Penn going for the extra point. Driscoll so patient with it. Receivers trying to get open, but she overthrows her intended target of Cammie Bauer. So Penn can't convert, but it's still a 20-0 lead with just over 3 minutes to go in the first half.
Penn has showed once they get going, they are a hard force to stop. So many weapons, and when they're going up, mossing everyone on offense and defense, left and right, they present even more problems for Lawrence North.
We spoke about it in the last game. This Penn program, in their first year, had 42 players come out and try out. They actually had to cut a few, unfortunately, because they just couldn't have that many players on their roster. They're dressing 25. They've got a big bench, a great support system cheering them on here in the stands. And Coach Jeremiah Maggart, who actually coaches the wrestling team at Penn, got talked into coaching this flag football team, he says he hasn't had this much fun coaching in a long time.
It's just a way for everyone to get involved. I continue to hear this word inclusion when it comes to this flag football experience. It's just another way for those students at school that may not enjoy going to class, that may not have a particular sport that they love playing, but flag football has provided an outlet for them to be included, to compete. And obviously this is a historical history book moment for everyone involved, because no matter who wins or loses, you are a part of the first ever state championship. That has to mean something to all of these players and the families and communities represented.
Very well said. As we talked about at the beginning of the broadcast, this sport continuing to grow. Right now, it is considered an emerging sport. 78 teams across the state of Indiana competed this year. That went up from just 27 the year before, and they only started with 8 back in 2023. Looking to become a fully sanctioned sport by the IHSAA. Beard, frustrated, trying to find an open teammate. Passes it off. It's caught by Jada Wheat. She's still up, making moves with her feet. And finally, her flag is stripped. Turning nothing into something on that play.
But what you started to see from Lawrence North was a level of dejection, not having as much success. This is a team that in sectionals dominated their opponents, a combined score of 110-13. That was against North Central, Shortridge, and Ritter. Right now they're being dominated, but all it takes is someone like Jada Wheat to go make a play like she did there, and maybe that will get the momentum going for everyone to get back interested in this contest.
On first down, Beard throws it up. Goes through multiple hands, but falls incomplete.
The way that football is traveling in the air, if you're the Kingsmen, you have to get excited every time you see it up in the air, because if you've already picked off 3, any tip ball presents another chance to pick another one off.
And that will bring us to our 2-minute warning timeout. Well, it has been all Penn in this game on both sides of the ball, and they lead Lawrence North 20-0 here in the first half.
Give me 3. Why are you here?
Knowing that, the women's involvement and as well as flags involvement in the game that we love is going to continue to grow and grow.
Now there are 17 sanctioned states in high school girls flag, and then you add on that it's going to be an Olympic sport at the next Olympics, which is huge. I think it's a really exciting time to jump in and be at the forefront of this.
1, 2, 3.
Did you know that 1 of every 5 adults in the U.S. experience a mental health condition every year? It's important to know they are common and treatable. In the sports world, mental health conditions impact 10 players on your favorite NFL team, 5 players on your favorite Major League Baseball roster, and 1 player in every NBA starting lineup. Mental health affects all of us and is nothing to be ashamed of. It's important to understand. It's important to listen. It's important to talk about.
2 minutes left in this first half of the state championship girls flag football matchup between the Penn Kingsmen and the Lawrence North Wildcats. Lawrence North with the ball on second down, trying to find the end zone for the first time in the first half.
This is around the time that frustration starts to creep in. You haven't had the level of success that you think you should at this point and at this juncture. So really doing some soul searching, looking for some answers if you're the Wildcats.
Pressure comes and Beard is sacked. Rylan Hackett coming up with the big stop. 4th and 3rd down.
Lawrence North's got to find a way to get Evan Beard back in the game. As you can see right here at the end, just kind of tosses the ball. That's the level of frustration that you see with the Wildcats right now. Dominating teams for the better part of this entire season. 9-1 on the season so far, down 20-0. And a lot more ground to cover if they expect for this to not get out of hand.
Pressure comes again. Beard able to escape this time. She's still up. Big run from the freshman, who finally gets brought down by Little. Hopefully that can generate some momentum.
as the leader, no matter how young you are, if you're the best player on your team, you have to act as such. And sometimes it's just about taking matters into your own hands against the entire defense and making something happen. Your teammates are dependent on you.
That's what Beard did. Double pressure. Pass caught on 4th down. Jada Wheat. And her flag is pulled just shy of the goal line.
It's like those on the hardwood. When you're in a shooter slump, you just need to see one go in. For Lawrence North, they just need to see one cross the goal line to cut into the teeth of this lead right now that the Penn Kingsmen have on them.
They got 4 chances to do so. Beard finds a teammate in the end zone. Touchdown, Wildcats. Abrielle Alexander with the catch, and Lawrence North on the board.
If you remember, it was Abrielle Alexander that they found on the drive that got them down into this same territory before the interception was thrown. This time, they're able to capitalize with points with the extra point coming.
I believe they're going for 2. Beard on the run. And her flag stripped. So no extra points for Lawrence North. Score remains Penn 20, Wildcats 6. But still in the final minute, Lawrence North able to put together a drive and execute to find the end zone for the first time.
Has to be a welcome sight if your coach Donnie Mims and your crew feeling like this game got out of control quickly as it did, finding a way to continue to scratch and claw and get some points on the board. And you never know, crazier things have happened as we saw in our last game. It only took 20 seconds to score after a turnover. So if you find yourself in a position to make a play for a turnover, if you're the Wildcats, go make that play and cut into this lead even more.
Driscoll pressured, connects with Bauer. And she is taken down by Lanaya Gaines.
So many different wrinkles for this Penn offense that involves a lot of movement from Quinn Driscoll in the pocket, misdirections into lateral pitches of the ball in the run game, as we see another one here.
Handed off to Dawson. Caught by Petrus. And again brought down by Gaines, but a first down for Penn with 21 seconds left in this one.
Not totally sure if that flag was snatched simultaneous with that ball advancing down the field. Lawrence North probably feeling like that should have been a tackle for loss. But nonetheless, another first down for the Kingsmen.
Driscoll's gonna take a shot at it. Petrus is open, but great coverage. Broken up by Sanaya Oliver. The freshman coming up with a big defensive stop.
Sanaya covering the better part of that open side of the field, does a nice job recovering and covering some ground on that side, going up and making a play on the football, preventing another explosive for the Kingsmen.
6 seconds left in this first half. This will probably be the final play for Penn. And what has been a well-executed offense for the Knights, for the Kingsmen in the opening minutes. Deep ball again. Falls incomplete as time expires. Dawson was the intended target. The pass falls incomplete. However, it was a great first half for the Kingsmen. It's Penn who's up 20-6 over the Lawrence North Wildcats. Well, that brings us to halftime. We'll step aside for a short break, but when we come back, highlights and second half action right here on Colts.com.
GSSI profile complete.
How much sweat are you willing to lose? Because when you do that, you can surpass the hype. You can inspire generation after generation. You can compete against anything. So how much are you willing to lose? That's how you know. Hey now, say now. How much you willing to win? Hey now, say now. Hey now, say now.
You guys know who 99 is for the Colts? What's his name?
I want to be able to inspire our youths in the community and just having those interactions with those kids. I mean, it could go a long way.
You want to tackle me? It might take all of you guys to try to take
Growing
me down
up,
now.
we never had the opportunity to have a lot of professional athletes, still camps, and I just wanted to be able to pay it forward each and every year. And you consistently see some familiar faces from over the past 5 years that we've done this, and obviously having a bunch of my teammates come out and support and create those interactions for them as well. I mean, it's been amazing, and giving back to community is, that's what Misty Ursay always did, One thing that I really did love, flag football. I mean, that game continues to grow, but that's actually initially how I started playing football. And going into the 2028 Olympics, flag football is going to be one of the sports competing for a gold medal. So just seeing that part of the game grow, and it's amazing. It's amazing for football and, obviously for the kids that love playing football.
1, 2, 3, go!
Back for second half action inside Grant Park in Westfield, Indiana, the site of this year's first ever Indiana Girls State Flag Football Championships presented by the Indianapolis Colts. I'm Kelsey Casper alongside Jared Thomas, and this is the state championship. At halftime, it's the Penn Kingsmen leading the Lawrence North Wildcats 20-6. And Jared, we have now had the opportunity to see Penn for about a game and a half, and this team is just a well-oiled machine on both sides of the ball. 3 interceptions in that first half and 3 touchdowns.
They're electric. They're not going to sit back and allow you to just make plays in front of them. They're going to be the initiators. They're going to go high point the football on both offense and defense, and that was highlighted by the 3 interceptions that they had in that first half. Almost had 4, but once again, this is a Coach Magger team that's not just going to sit back and watch. They're going to actually participate, and that's exactly why they're up 14 at halftime.
And they were holding Lawrence North scoreless up until the final minute of the first half. Donnie Mims' group executed, and Alexander came up with the touchdown. But let's go ahead and take a look at some of these highlights from the first half and see how this all played out. On the opening drive, it was a great start from Lawrence North, but then the interceptions just started coming. This one from Dawson.
It's the prayers that are just thrown up, thinking that this ball-hawking crew in the secondary for the Kingsmen aren't going to come up with the better part of a lot of those, and that's exactly what they did. And it wasn't until the end of that first half that Lawrence North finally learned that lesson. Don't even give it up to chance, because as you saw, Olivia Dawson coming down with another one and then turning around on offense and creating another explosive play. They are dynamic in the backfield for their DBs and their receivers.
And like I mentioned, it finally started clicking a little bit for Lawrence North towards the end of the second half, but those catches you mentioned from Dawson, she put together an incredible drive. And then it was the handoff to Bauer, the lone rushing touchdown in the first half for the Kingsmen as she took it all the way, giving them the 20-0 lead. But finally, the freshman, Heaven Beard, taking it into her own hands, had a huge run before handing it off to Alexander in the end zone.
Doing a nice job taking the matter into her own hands for a couple of plays on that series, becoming a runner, showing off the athleticism, and then being a passer, finding Abrielle Alexander in the end zone for their only score of the game.
Well, 24 minutes put back on the clock in this second half, as we are minutes away from crowning the first ever state champion in Indiana girls flag football. This is the 3rd year that girls flag football has taken place here in the state of Indiana, but the first ever postseason. It started back in 2023 with just 8 teams competing. The Colts launching their road to 100, committing $1 million towards supporting the launch of 100 girls teams in the state. And now, girls flag football considered an emerging sport with 78 high schools competing across the state this season, including these two teams on the field here tonight. You can hear the fans here inside Grant Park. Great turnout for the state championship game. It's been an all-day event that started this morning at 10 o'clock. Penn had the early game. They took down Terre Haute South before defeating Snyder to punch their ticket to the championship. And the Kingsmen will start with the ball here. Bauer on the run, gets the first down. She had a rushing touchdown in the first half as well.
So many times we saw this offense for the Kingsmen start a lot of their possessions in that semifinal matchup with a run play. Just an easy make your layup type of thing to just get the rhythm flowing. And then they go into their attack, as we see them doing once again. Getting it to Cammie Bauer, who has shown once she gets the football, she can take it the distance.
On the ground and in the air. That's another first down for Penn.
I love that Coach Maggart is the wrestling coach, and now he's being asked to lead a state championship flag football team, because oftentimes what you think should go on in football games that you witness as a fan, you bring to life in your own regard with your team and the Kingsmen. And all of a sudden, when you're knocking on the door of being the first ever state champion in the state of Indiana, you're looked at as a genius.
All the credit to that guy. He told me before the game he actually got talked into coaching this team by the strength coach at Penn. But he loves the way these girls get after it in the weight room, the culture they have built around this team. And it's showing here on the biggest stage in the state final matchup. Handoff faked, but then given to Bauer. It's a touchdown. 2 on the day for Cammie Bauer. Oh, but a penalty flag on the field. We'll see if this gets taken back. It will.
And I'm sure a welcome sight for Coach Donnie Mims and his crew. Almost giving up another touchdown, but some laundry hitting the deck, allowing them to continue to fight to get another stop defensively, which they are in dire need of with this running clock in the second half in this state championship matchup.
So points off the board. Penn will do it again on second down. Here comes the rush. Pass caught by Dawson. And her flag was taken down. And a Wildcat down on the field. The flag was stripped by Jada Acaforo. As she gets looked at by the training staff. Where the Colts football development team helps recognize, educate, and develop the youth and high school football environment throughout all of Indiana. To learn more about football development opportunities and events, visit colts.com/football development. Also calling all 5 to 15-year-olds. Colts Flag Football Leagues, presented by Peyton Manning's Children's Hospital, offers accessible and developmental opportunities for those wanting to learn the game of flag football. With over 20 locations across Indiana, visit colts.com/flag to learn more about leagues near you and upcoming opportunities for Colts flag football participants.
Kelsey, I thought it was interesting as we talked a little bit before the game, especially with Donnie Mims, head coach for Lawrence North. It was actually an Indianapolis Colts football game that he witnessed a couple of years ago that got the inspiration going for him to have the desire to coach a flag football team. It was Ben Davis and Shortridge at halftime. The next thing you know, his athletic director was asking him about coaching the team later in the spring. So I just think unintentionally or intentionally, the Indianapolis Colts and their involvement with this flag football has just gone through the roof. And I would assume, just like we are a copycat league and all that the things that we do, some other leagues and teams are going to do the same with some of these same efforts that they've seen from the Indianapolis Colts.
Yeah, they've seen it on display for the last few years. They're seeing it in this postseason and how the Colts have just supported this sport and these programs. And you had mentioned that initial Lawrence North team only had 5 girls on the team. 5 girls, and eventually it has grown to a flourishing program with a deep roster.
5 girls, including Priya Mims, the daughter of Coach Donnie Mims, being a part of that initial inception of those girls that were interested in being on the team. Posted it on social media, and he said it spread like wildfire. And in alignment with what the Indianapolis Colts want and opening doors to some college scholarships, this is a program with Lawrence North that has done that, already sending 4 girls to the University of St. Francis in Fort Wayne on scholarships playing flag football.
Driscoll takes it herself to the end zone. And Penn extends their lead in the second half.
Just a complete diversion of attention by Lawrence North, losing track of the playmaking ability of Driscoll, taking it into her own hands and then doing her patented ball over the goal line, signifying that she has scored another one.
So Penn, the last game, went for 1 each time. Lawrence North went for 2. As you see the ball set on about the 3-yard line. Driscoll, back of the end zone, caught. Petrus is there. 27-6, the Penn lead.
Petrus heavily involved in the offensive attack tonight against Lawrence North. In the first game, it was a lot of Bauer, it was Warner, it was Rumble, it was Dawson, it was Horvath. But that just shows you the firepower that these Kingsmen have, that Petrus can step in and now involve herself in the scoring attack multiple times tonight against Lawrence North.
Yeah, there's a personal foul on Lawrence North as Petrus kind of got shot down in the end zone. Penalties decline. Result of the play is a touchdown. So 20 minutes to go here in the second half. And Lawrence North will take over at the 14. Beard. Pass goes incomplete, intended for Jada Wheat.
I always feel that specific point in the game where the game is really in the balance, and depending on how the ensuing possession unfolds, that could be furthermore of the dominant effect of one team or the further demise of the opponent. Right now it feels like Lawrence North is hanging in the balance, and they're almost ready to give up depending on how this drive ends up.
Important drive here, and it stays alive. Caught by Alexander.
But it's simple. Every time Heaven Beer needs to make a big-time play, she's either looking at herself or she's looking at Abrielle Alexander, who time and time again has made some nice contested catches when it's mattered most.
Still short of the line to gain, so it's second down at about 4. Kingsmen bring pressure. Beard gets the first down before her flag is taken off by Little. But the Wildcats pass midfield.
Just see the athleticism, still keeping her eyes downfield as she's making defenders miss left and right, not able to get her flag, just showing how dynamic she truly is with the football in her hands.
Beard tried to make the lateral to her teammate Wheat. It falls incomplete. So that'll bring up second down. Beard looking downfield, and it's another interception by Dawson. Fourth of the game for this Penn defense. And who else other than Dawson?
That's number 3 on the day for Olivia Dawson. Just tracking the football, just looks so comfortable anytime it's time to go make a play, especially when it's time to high point the football. She's done it time and time again and just provides a serious threat anytime the football goes in her diameter of coverage.
So the Kingsmen will take over the handoff. Rumble on the outside, she's still up. And a huge gain for Logan Rumble. And a penalty flag on the field as she was knocked out of bounds.
How many times have we seen Lawrence North going in for the flag, just not able to get it? And that allows the Kingsmen to continue to propel forward. And I think there was just a little bit too much contact on that flag grab attempt by Lawrence North, and that tacked on some extra yardage at the end of the run.
And we saw some big runs in the first half, or some impressive catches that went for some extra yards, as the Kingsmen were just able to escape the defenders and stay on their feet. "15 minutes to go here in the state final. First ever for girls flag football. Rumble on the carry. Her flag strip. That was Paris Page, one of the captains on this Ellen Wildcats roster. Driscoll in the air. Petrus is there for the score. What a dime from Quinn Driscoll.
Penn just having their way, whatever they want, throwing it up, going to get it, dropping dimes in the bucket from Driscoll to Petrus. Olivia Dawson just being an assassin on defense as a marksman with interceptions, just doing it all. Clicking on all cylinders when it matters the most in the championship game. Incredible effort by the Kingsmen.
Further back, Driscoll gonna have to run. She's in. +2 on the board for Penn on a great run from their junior quarterback, Quinn Driscoll.
Another case of Lawrence North thinking they have the flag. The jump cut right there by Driscoll, and then you seeing everyone looking at each other with no flags in their hands, and that's another extra point tacked on to what is now a 29-point lead for the Kingsmen.
The Colts Sunday night 7-on-7 series presented by Forte Sports Medicine and Orthopedics and brought to you in part by Gatorade and the Players Action Fund will be returning for 2026. High school tackle and flag football athletes will be able to continue fine-tuning their skills during the offseason. Check out Colts.com/7on7 to learn more about the program. Lawrence North takes over. On first down, pass falls incomplete, intended for Alexander. And this is a similar outcome to what we saw back in the semifinal game for Penn. They had the big lead at the halftime break over Snyder and then just continued to dominate in the second half.
A similar score that we saw in that semifinal game as well. The only difference is Snyder didn't score their 6 points until the end of the second half. Lawrence North scoring theirs at the end of the first half. This is a little bit different monster, especially with all the marbles on the table for a state championship title.
So that'll bring up third down for Lawrence North. Officials having a word. They stop the clock at 11:52. Well, the IHSAA and the Indianapolis Colts have teamed up to highlight the top high schools officiating crews in Indiana this season. Congratulations to Mark Hooper's crew for being named the September Crew of the Month for Indiana. Learn more about officiating. Visit ihsaa.com/becomingofficial. Third down. Evans got a run. She's got a first down and more. The big plays from the Wildcats all revolve around their freshman quarterback, Heaven Beard, using her legs.
But this is exactly what she can do. Watch her just go through the entire defense of the Kingsmen and then still almost able to break free before Macy Little was able to take her flag. But shows you if Heaven Beard can get loose, she can do some damage in the open field.
First down, about 3 yards to go from the next line of game. In the air, caught by Alexander. Back-to-back first downs for the Wildcats.
At whatever point Lawrence North will be able to go back and rewatch this game, turn on the game film, they will see this game is a lot closer than they actually are showing right now, just because the lack of focus at times, thinking you have the flag when you don't actually have it, just throwing the ball up when you didn't need to. Those are the plays that really kill you, especially when it's on full display in a championship game.
Beard again is picked off. Dawson again.
Usually you're afraid of your defense being scored on with deep passes, but that's not the case for Coach Maggart and his Kingsman team. Understanding Olivia Dawson is down there somewhere, so if it's just her that is down there in our defense, we feel pretty secure.
What's the interception tracker at?
At this point, it's not even worth keeping count.
I should say, Olivia Dawson interception tracker.
That's now number 4.
All over the place for Penn.
5 for the game, but 4 for Olivia Dawson. And probably a record that will stand the test of time forever.
Rumble. Avoids a tackle. Under 10 minutes to go here in the second half, as Penn is looking to go undefeated this entire season. Coming into this game, we mentioned they were 10-0 on the year. They were the only undefeated team left in the entire state. They beat Terre Haute South to start the day before taking down Snyder, and are just about 8.5 minutes away from a state title. Rumble had to go out and get that penalty flag on the field.
Another thing that's worth noting between these two teams, it's only a few freshmen on the roster in totality for the Kingsmen. On the other side, a lot of underclassmen dominate those that are playing and those that actually fill up the roster. So when I look at the total count for the Kingsmen, I see 5 freshmen that are listed, 6 freshmen that are listed on the roster. When I look over on the other side for Lawrence North, I see about the same number of seniors. So all that shows me is there's a lot of experience, albeit older players on the team for the Kingsmen and just younger players for Lawrence North. So some lessons to be learned if you're the Wildcats.
We had mentioned their star quarterback, Heaven Beard, just a freshman. And as this sport continues to grow, I'm sure her career as well will continue to flourish. And a big opportunity to learn here in the state final game. Rumble taken down right at the line of scrimmage.
And if this grows to what a lot of people think that it's going to be, if you ask Coach Donnie Mims, he thinks that as of next year, this will be up to 150 schools. I know they're still working to get to actually be an IHSAA sanctioned sport, that 100-team threshold being the number that officially gets you over the hump. But if it gets up to there, this thing will continue to grow, but there will be more opportunities for Lawrence North to just grow from this experience that they have today.
And I know there are a lot of people, including myself, as my high school was represented today in the state championships. I know I'm far removed from high school, but this is something that I totally would have been involved in if I had the opportunity back in the day.
But you're not far removed from the time that you actually interviewed Coach Mims. State championship weekend a year ago around this time, that you had a chance to talk about something that you didn't know would look like it is today. But speak on that a little bit, Kelsey.
Yeah, last year we were working the state finals for football at Lucas Oil Stadium, and I got to interview Donnie Mims during one of the quarter breaks, and I knew really nothing about girls flag football in the state of Indiana, and he sat down, answered my questions, and I really got my first impression of what it was. And at the time, it was so small compared to what it is now, and that wasn't too long ago. So that speaks to the growth in the short amount of time that this is done in Indiana. So it's exciting to see being able to witness the starting point and what this sport is going to become in this state.
A lot can happen in a year's time.
Certainly. Under 6 minutes to go. 35-6, the Penn lead. And it's 4th down. Looks like they're just going to take the delay of game, let the clock run, and then flip the field. Well, the Colts Youth and High School Football Grants is an opportunity for all flag and tackle programs throughout Indiana. Teams and programs can request up to $2,500 for equipment upgrades, facility updates, and other administrative costs. Applications will open in March, so tune in to colts.com/footballgrants to learn more. So the Kingsmen take the delay of game penalty on 4th down. And Lawrence North will flip the field and take over. Some early celebrating from Penn. Not sure if there was some type of mercy rule but regardless does not apply here as we still have under 5 minutes to go. That'll bring up second down. About 3 yards to go for Lawrence North. Beard gets the first down. Zigzagging her way downfield. For a big gain for the Wildcats.
Heaven Beard is just a freshman. There are a lot brighter days ahead for the youngster playing quarterback for this flag football team. And the Wildcats of Lawrence North, just her ability to contort her body and defenders to escort them out of the way so she continues to gain ground going north and south. Just a special talent she is for this Lawrence North team and will be for the next few years.
Beard, quick throw, back to Beard. First down and more, using her legs again.
Once again, when Beard gets the football in open space, you see what she can do. Just seems like she's moving a lot faster than everyone else. All the while, everyone reaching for her flag, but not able to be successful. Beard, just a special talent with the football in her hands.
Beard in the air. Pass is caught. And penalty flags come in. Kanaria Ridley, senior, making a nice grab. Before being hit hard.
Once again, in the spirit of competition, especially with flag football, trying to keep the contact out of it, and that's a pretty vicious hit right there, and it's going to tack on some more yards at the end of it, but trying to keep that part out of this flag football competition. Go for the flags, not any bodily contact.
Well, with that catch and penalty, that puts Lawrence North in great field position as we hit the 2-minute warning. Wildcats trying to put some more points on the board, but Penn still in the lead, 35-6.
He's got one man to beat. He may go 10-5, touchdown. We say this out. Rainbow down the right side lane. Underneath that is Alec Pierce. Touchdown. That pass is intercepted by Kenny Moore. Josh Downs, touchdown, I-N-D-Y.
Caitlin, I'm here to show you all the best places in Indy, like the Peyton Manning Children's Hospital ER.
Great place to go for a fever, am I right?
Or a common cold. Get it? Like a common cold? Tough crowd.
Can I have an autograph?
Of course.
Caitlin, it kind of seems like you already know your way around.
A little, but my name's not in the hospital yet.
Peyton Manning Children's Hospital, a new and expanded ER to serve more of Indiana's kids.
Colt, like cold. That's the joke, right?
35-6, the score with 2 minutes to go in the first ever girls flag football state championship. Lawrence North with an opportunity to score here. About 4 yards to go to reach the end zone. Beard right in front of her. Pass caught for a touchdown. It's Priya Mims.
We talked about Priya at halftime being one of the original 5 for this Lawrence North flag football team. Daughter of Donnie Mims, head coach for Lawrence North, doing a nice job now as a senior. Last year got to enjoy the first inaugural season for Lawrence North. This time gets her name written into the history books, scoring a touchdown in the first state championship flag football game.
Beard just in and out of the hands of Mims. So the score remains 35-12. Lawrence North able to find the end zone in the final minute of the state championship match.
If you're following along with us on the broadcast, I would prepare yourselves for what's going to be an even louder uproar from those supporting the Kingsmen. One that was premature, but this one actually going to count, as they will be crowned state champions for the first time ever in the first official state championship flag football game.
See Quinn Driscoll, the quarterback, take a knee. We're sitting right behind, or right in front of, I should say, the Penn fans as they start to celebrate. As the clock winds down to 0, the Penn Kingsmen are the first ever Indiana girls flag football state champions. And the Gatorade bath for head coach Jeremiah Maggard in his first season ends up a state champion.
Whether he will admit it or not, that is something that can go on the resume. You are stamped now in the history books forever. We understand what your trade was, but now you up the ante with a state championship run as the head coach. Nice job to the Kingsmen, and congratulations to both teams that made it this far in this first season, inaugural season of a state tournament and champion. Congratulations to everyone that contributed, participated. What a phenomenal event. What a phenomenal initiative by the Indianapolis Colts.
The Penn players coming over to celebrate with their fans and families. The Kingsmen just dominating on both sides of the ball. The interceptions on defense. Numerous touchdowns. They were a complete team from start to finish.
All the way from the top with interceptions to start the game, just how they started the game in the semifinal matchup that we were able to cover, all the way to the end. They were clicking on all cylinders, and it's just so beautiful to watch when you catch a hot streak at the right time and you're able to play your best ball when it matters most. Usually those are the ones that get crowned champions, and that's exactly the case for the Penn Kingsmen.
And congratulations to Lawrence North for making it this far, just their second loss in the entire season. And you had mentioned it, Jared. This is a young team with a lot of potential. Currently in year 2 of the program. So next year, in year 3, just continuing to grow and develop and learn this sport.
It's always learning lessons when you win and when you lose. Obviously, everyone prefers to win, but we understand that's not always the reality. So many learning lessons for Lawrence North, a young team, and very well expect them to be right back where they were today in the future.
(35-12) the final, as we await medals and trophies for the first ever state champions. Inside Grant Park here in Westfield, Indiana. What a fabulous facility to be able to hold this event. Also hold it inside. It's been downpouring outside here in Indianapolis. So a great way to get these games in, and big, huge thank you to the Indianapolis Colts for starting these leagues, launching their Road to 100 program, investing in these young women and their teams, and organizing the first ever girls flag football postseason tournament that started at 10 a.m. this morning and finished here in the championship game between Penn and Lawrence North. As you see Lawrence North earning their runner-up medals. Heather McGowan heading out the medals, the AD at Ben Davis.
A tradition in high school sports with the IHSAA pinpointing the sportsmanship, athletic directors, and all sports associates in the high school space, crowning champions and runner-ups with the medals, a tradition that I think is truly special here in the state of Indiana, no matter what the state champion sport is or was. Always finding some administrators being at the forefront, handing out those medals.
You see Donnie Mims receiving his runner-up medal, along with assistant coach Destiny Starks. As Penn patiently waiting for their first place medals. Undefeated in their first season ever as a program.
Hadn't got a chance to talk about it in this game, but averaged 42 points per game offensively, and only giving up 4 points per game. And I think everyone that watched this broadcast would know exactly why that was the case. The way they go up and attack the football when they're on defense. I love those defenses that don't sit back and wait for something to happen, but they go make it happen. And that was the defense of the Kingsmen and how they approached at least these last two games when it mattered most. And it was on full display. 5 interceptions in a championship game.
The only undefeated team in the state ends up being the last one standing. And Olivia Dawson with a big applause. The undeclared MVP of the state championship game. And for the coaching staff, manager Abigail Ryan, assistant coach Dawn Bernhardt, Jeff Thompson, Matt Bodner, and head coach Jeremiah Magger. Now they get to slap their name right above the title of state championship on the bracket. The first ever Indiana girls football state champions, the Penn Kingsmen. And here's Andy Mattis, Senior Manager of Football Development for the Colts, presenting Penn with their state championship trophy. Well, that will do it for us. The final score in the state championship, 35-12. The Penn Kingsmen, the first ever Indiana girls flag football state champions. We thank you for tuning in all day and for the state championship, for the first ever girls flag football state championship tournament presented by the Indianapolis Colts. For our entire crew at ISC Network, my partner, Jared Thomas, I'm Kelsey Casper saying so long from Grant Park, where the Penn Kingsmen still celebrating the first ever girls flag football state title.
Before the game, stop by American Family Insurance Touchdown Town, a free pregame and entertainment area for fans of all ages. Located on the north end of Lucas Oil Stadium along South Street, American Family Insurance. Insure carefully, dream fearlessly.